Every restless night begins the same way. The body is tired, but the mind refuses to lie down. The lights go out, the world grows quiet, and suddenly the thoughts grow louder. Old conversations replay, future worries line up, small mistakes feel enormous, and the silence you hope for turns into a crowded room inside your head. This is not a failure of will, and it is not a broken mind. It is simply an untrained one. Most of us were taught how to stay busy, how to stay strong, how to stay alert. But no one ever taught us how to let the mind rest, how to stop wrestling with thoughts that appear without permission, how to sit with the night without turning it into a battleground. The Stoics understood this struggle deeply. They knew that intrusive thoughts are not enemies to defeat, but signals to understand. They taught that the mind becomes louder the more we try to silence it, and calmer the moment we stop chasing control. They believed peace begins when you stop asking the mind to behave and start allowing it to pass. Tonight, this is not about fixing yourself. It is not about forcing sleep. It is not about pushing thoughts away. It is about learning how to stand still while the mind moves, how to watch thoughts rise and fall without following them, how to loosen the grip of worry by removing your attention from it. For the next 4 hours, you are not required to solve anything. You do not need answers. You do not need clarity. You do not need to be calm. You only need to listen. These hours are an invitation to release the pressure you carry into the night, to stop rehearsing tomorrow, to stop rewriting yesterday, to remember that you are allowed to rest even if your thoughts do not. The Stoics believed that when the mind stops fighting itself, sleep follows naturally, not as a reward, but as a return to balance. Let this be the night you stop arguing with your own thoughts. Let this be the night you learn how to let them pass without permission. Let this be the night your mind finally understands it does not have to stay on guard. You are safe here. Nothing is required of you. Nothing needs to be solved. Just stay and allow the night to do what it has always known how to do. As the night settles deeper, something subtle begins to happen. The body grows heavier, but the mind stays alert, scanning, waiting, holding on. Not because there is danger, but because it has learned to stay ready. This is where the real work begins. Not by forcing silence, but by noticing what keeps the noise alive. Because beneath every intrusive thought, there is a quiet agreement you were never aware you signed. Intrusive thoughts do not arrive with power of their own. They arrive as visitors. What gives them strength is not their content, but the attention they receive once they appear. The moment a thought shows up and you lean toward it, even slightly, something invisible happens. The mind interprets attention as importance. It does not ask whether the thought is true, helpful, or welcome. It only notices that you stayed. That pause, that glance, that inner reaction becomes a silent contract. And once the contract is signed, the thought knows it can return. Most people believe intrusive thoughts are stubborn, aggressive, or uncontrollable. In reality, they are persistent because they are rewarded. Attention is the reward. Even negative attention feeds them. Worrying about a thought, judging it, trying to push it away, or asking why it appeared all count as engagement. To the mind, engagement means relevance, and what feels relevant gets repeated. This is why trying to get rid of a thought often makes it stronger. The act of fighting confirms that the thought matters. The mind learns quickly. It notices patterns. If every time a certain thought appears, your body tenses, your breathing changes, or your focus locks onto it, the mind assumes it has found something worthy of priority. So it brings it back again, especially at night, when there are fewer distractions competing for attention. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology gave it language. They taught that thoughts themselves are neutral events. They are not commands, they are not truths. They are impressions passing through awareness. The danger does not lie in the impression, but in the moment you give it your inner consent. The moment you say, without words, "This deserves my time." This consent often happens automatically. A thought arises, and before you realize it, you are analyzing it, reacting to it, or emotionally responding. There is no pause, no space, just a seamless slide into engagement. Over time, this becomes a habit. The mind learns which thoughts get a response and which are ignored, and it favors the ones that get a reaction, just like a child repeats behaviors that get attention. What most people never realize is that attention does not have to be intense to count. Even subtle monitoring keeps the contract alive. Checking whether the thought is still there, asking if it feels stronger or weaker, wondering when it will leave. All of this is attention, and attention is the currency that keeps intrusive thoughts funded. The key shift is not learning how to block thoughts, but learning how to stop feeding them. This does not require force. It requires restraint, the kind of restraint that comes from understanding rather than effort. When you see clearly that a thought only survives through your participation, something loosens. You stop treating the thought as a problem to solve and start seeing it as a sound passing through a room. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind is used to engaging. Letting a thought pass without response can feel irresponsible, even dangerous. There may be a fear that if you do not address it, it will grow or something bad will happen. But this fear itself is another thought asking for attention. And when you do not answer it, something surprising occurs. The mind begins to settle, not because it was forced, but because it was no longer stimulated. Attention is a limited resource. Wherever it goes, energy follows. When you stop sending energy into intrusive thoughts, they lose momentum, not instantly, but naturally. Like a fire that runs out of fuel, they fade on their own. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not chase calm. They trusted that calm emerges when unnecessary engagement ends. This is why silence is not achieved by effort, but by withdrawal. Not withdrawal from life, but withdrawal from inner commentary. When a thought arises and you do not greet it, do not question it, and do not resist it, you break the contract. The thought may return a few times out of habit, but without attention, it finds nothing to hold on to. Over time, the mind relearns. It becomes less reactive. It stops sending the same intrusive signals because they no longer achieve anything. And in that space, something new appears. Not forced quiet, but a softer awareness. One that does not cling. One that allows the night to unfold without interrogation. This is not about becoming passive or empty. It is about reclaiming your attention. Choosing where it rests. When attention is no longer handed over automatically, the mind stops working overtime. And in that simplicity, rest becomes possible again. When you stop feeding a thought, you start noticing something even more revealing. The mind does not go quiet right away. It goes honest. The noise may still appear, but it feels different now. Less like an attack, more like a pattern. And patterns become easier to work with when the world around you is finally still. This is why the night can feel so intense. Not because you are falling apart, but because the day is no longer hiding what was always there. Nighttime has a strange reputation. People talk about it like it's a trap, like something dangerous happens after midnight, as if the mind becomes weaker when the lights go out. But the Stoics saw it differently. They did not treat the night as a soft place where you collapse. They treated it as a clean mirror. During the day, your attention is scattered across tasks, conversations, noise, and movement. The mind stays busy, and busyness can cover many inner habits. But at night, the distractions leave. The mind has nothing external to hold, so it grabs what it can find inside. This is where darkness becomes useful. The night exposes the mental routines you've been rehearsing for years without noticing. The urge to review the past, the urge to control tomorrow, the urge to defend yourself against feelings you don't want to feel, the urge to explain yourself in your own head even though no one is accusing you. These habits don't appear because the night causes them. They appear because the day kept them hidden. Stoicism welcomes exposure, not for punishment, but for clarity. You cannot train what you cannot see, and the night shows you what the mind does when it is not entertained. It shows you your default settings. It shows you what your attention runs toward when it is free. That is powerful information. Most people spend their lives never discovering this. They stay distracted until they are exhausted, then wonder why sleep is hard. The Stoic approach is calmer and more direct. Use the night to observe the mind's movements without reacting, the way you would watch waves without trying to stop the ocean. The key is to stop labeling the night as a weak spot. The moment you call it a weak spot, you create fear around it. Then bedtime becomes a performance. You start trying to do sleep correctly. You start scanning for signs of restlessness. You start counting hours, worrying about tomorrow, bargaining with your own mind. That fear becomes a new kind of stimulation, and it keeps the nervous system awake. The Stoics would say, you are adding judgment to a situation that does not need it. The night is not your enemy. It is simply the part of the day that asks you to meet yourself without costumes. Stoics trained in conditions most people avoid. They practiced discomfort on purpose, not because they loved suffering, but because they loved freedom. If you can stay steady in discomfort, you stop being controlled by it. Nighttime offers a softer version of that training. It gives you a space to practice steadiness when the mind throws old material at you, not to solve it, but to learn that you can be present while it passes through. This is how you stop fearing your own inner world. When darkness arrives, certain mental habits become louder because the mind believes this is the moment to handle everything you postponed. It's like an overworked assistant dropping a pile of files onto your desk the moment the office closes. The Stoic response is not to start working through the pile. The Stoic response is to recognize the assistant's panic without obeying it. You begin to see the difference between a thought appearing and a task that must be completed. Most nighttime thinking is not urgent. It only feels urgent because the mind is alone with it. One of the most powerful Stoic skills for the night is learning to sit with unfinished life. The mind hates unfinished things. It wants closure, certainty, and reassurance. At night, it tries to manufacture these things by replaying scenarios, rehearsing outcomes, and preparing defenses. But Stoicism teaches that control is limited and certainty is rare. Peace comes not from finishing every mental loop, but from accepting that some loops do not deserve completion. You can leave a question unanswered and still be safe. You can leave a fear unresolved and still rest. This is a radical lesson for a mind trained to fix everything. The night also reveals what you use as emotional anesthesia during the day. Some people use busyness, some use noise, some use constant interaction, some use phones, videos, and endless scrolling. When these disappear, the raw feelings surface. The Stoics did not panic when feelings surfaced. They expected it. They believed emotions are part of being human, but they also believed you don't have to become a servant to them. Nighttime becomes the practice arena where you learn to let feelings exist without turning them into stories. This training changes the way you experience darkness. Instead of entering the night with dread, you enter it with curiosity. Not curiosity about the thoughts themselves, but curiosity about your relationship with them. You stop asking, "Why am I like this?" and start asking, "What happens if I don't engage?" You stop measuring the night by how fast you fall asleep and start measuring it by how much inner struggle you release. Over time, the night stops being a place where you fight yourself. It becomes a place where you learn yourself. And the quiet truth is this: when you stop treating bedtime like a test, the mind stops acting like it must pass or fail. It begins to trust the dark again. It begins to recognize stillness as safe. And when the mind feels safe, sleep is no longer something you chase. It becomes something that returns on its own, like a natural rhythm that never left, only got covered by noise. As the night becomes familiar rather than threatening, another shift begins to matter. You are no longer startled by thoughts showing up. You are no longer rushing to fix them, but there is still something there, a faint heat in the mind, a charge, a pull. Even when you don't follow a thought, it can still stir emotion. This is where the next Stoic lesson quietly steps in, not with force, but with cooling distance. Most people are taught that the way to deal with difficult thoughts is to fight them or change them, argue with them, replace them, turn them into something more positive. But the Stoics took a different path. They noticed that struggle adds heat, debate adds energy. Even reframing keeps the thought alive by keeping it important. So instead of wrestling with thoughts, they practiced something far more subtle: emotional cooling. Deliberate mental coldness does not mean becoming numb, distant, or uncaring. It means learning how not to emotionally warm a thought just because it appeared. Thoughts become powerful when emotion rushes in behind them. Fear, shame, anger, or urgency acts like fuel. The Stoics understood that if you remove the emotional fuel, the thought loses its force on its own. No argument required. When a thought appears and triggers emotion, most people assume the emotion is proof that the thought matters. But emotion is not evidence. It is a reaction. The Stoic response is to notice the reaction without amplifying it, not suppressing it, not expressing it, simply allowing it to cool naturally by not feeding it with interpretation. This is difficult at first because emotion feels automatic. A thought appears and the body responds instantly. The chest tightens, the stomach contracts, the breath shifts. The Stoic practice is not to stop this from happening, but to stop adding meaning to it. The moment you stop telling a story about the sensation, it begins to settle. Sensations pass faster than stories, always. Mental coldness is practiced by changing your inner posture. Instead of leaning into the thought, you lean back. Instead of reacting, you pause. Instead of asking, "What does this mean?" you let the question go unanswered. This pause creates space, and in that space, emotion loses intensity. It does not disappear instantly, but it softens, like steam dissipating when the heat source is removed. Many people confuse this with avoidance. It is not avoidance. Avoidance is turning away in fear. Stoic coldness is staying present without attachment. You are still aware of the thought. You are still aware of the emotion, but you are no longer entangled in it. You are watching it from a distance that keeps you steady. At night, this practice is especially powerful because emotions tend to feel bigger in the dark. Without daylight distractions, emotional signals echo louder. The Stoics expected this. They did not interpret nighttime emotion as a sign of weakness. They saw it as a chance to practice emotional restraint. Not repression, but restraint. Like holding something gently instead of gripping it tightly. One of the hardest habits to break is emotional reflex. A thought appears and the mind immediately reacts as if it must respond. But thoughts do not demand response. They only suggest it. Emotional coldness is the skill of declining the invitation. You do not argue. You do not agree. You simply do not engage emotionally. This changes the nervous system. When emotion is not reinforced, the body learns that the thought is not a threat. Over time, the body stops reacting as strongly. The mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts stop coming, but because they stop landing with impact. This is how calm is built, not by force, but by repetition of non-reaction. Stoics believe that inner peace depends on emotional economy. Spend emotion only where it is truly needed. Most thoughts do not deserve it. When you emotionally invest in every mental event, you exhaust yourself. When you become selective, energy is conserved. The night becomes less draining. The mind stops overheating. This practice also removes urgency. Many intrusive thoughts feel urgent. They push. They demand attention now. Emotional coldness slows everything down. Urgency fades when emotion cools. And without urgency, the thought loses its grip. You begin to see that most nighttime thoughts are not emergencies. They are habits echoing in silence. Importantly, this practice does not require effortful control. Effort creates tension. Tension creates heat. Coldness comes from release, from not tightening around the thought, from letting it be incomplete, unresolved, and emotionally unattended. The Stoics trusted that the mind, when not overstimulated, naturally returns to balance. With time, this becomes instinctive. Thoughts appear, emotion flickers, and then fades without drama. The night becomes quieter, not because the mind is empty, but because nothing is being fueled. You stop trying to feel better and instead stop making things worse. And in that simplicity, rest becomes possible again. Not as a goal, but as a side effect of inner coolness. This is not indifference to life. It is clarity. It is choosing not to burn energy on thoughts that do not serve you. And when the mind learns that it no longer needs to react to every spark, it finally begins to cool down enough to rest. Once the mind learns how to cool instead of react, something important becomes visible. The thoughts that once felt threatening start to look repetitive, familiar, almost mechanical. And in that recognition, a new question quietly forms. Not, how do I stop these thoughts? But, why are they here at all? This is where Stoic understanding deepens, because what once felt like an enemy begins to resemble a misunderstood messenger. Intrusive thoughts often feel personal, as if the mind is turning against itself. But the Stoics would say the opposite. These thoughts are not attacks. They are misdirected attempts to protect you. The mind evolved to keep you alive, not peaceful. Its job is to scan for danger, predict problems, and prepare responses. When it cannot find real threats in the present moment, it creates mental ones, not to harm you, but to stay useful. At night, this survival system becomes especially active. The body is still, the environment is quiet, and the mind assumes this is the perfect time to review potential risks. It brings up memories, scenarios, fears, and regrets, not because they are relevant now, but because the system does not understand time the way you do. It reacts to thoughts as if they are happening. A memory of danger triggers the same response as danger itself. Stoics recognized this long before neuroscience confirmed it. They observed that fear often arises not from events, but from interpretations. The mind sends a signal, and we treat it as a warning instead of a suggestion. The moment you treat every thought as a signal that must be addressed, the alarm system stays active. But when you recognize that many of these signals are outdated or misplaced, their urgency fades. Most intrusive thoughts fall into this category. They are false alarms. The smoke detector is loud, but there is no fire, and yet many people respond by running around mentally, trying to locate a threat that does not exist. This searching keeps the alarm ringing. The Stoic response is calmer. You acknowledge the sound without assuming danger. You do not panic. You do not rush to act. You allow the alarm to quiet itself once it realizes nothing is happening. This perspective changes your relationship with fear. Fear stops being something to eliminate and becomes something to interpret. Stoics did not aim to become fearless. They aimed to become accurate. They wanted their emotional responses to match reality. Most intrusive thoughts are not accurate signals. They are recycled warnings from a system that cannot distinguish between past, future, and present. The mind is especially sensitive to uncertainty. When life feels unstable, unresolved, or unpredictable, the survival system works harder. It sends more thoughts, more warnings, more scenarios. This is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that the system is overactive. The Stoic solution is not reassurance, because reassurance still engages the system. The solution is recognition. You see the pattern and stop responding as if each thought requires action. One reason intrusive thoughts feel so convincing is because they come with physical sensations. The heart races, the chest tightens, the breath shortens. The body reacts before the mind can interpret. The Stoics understood that bodily reactions are not always messages of danger. They are echoes of conditioning. A body that has learned to stay alert will react quickly, even in safe conditions. Knowing this allows you to stop treating physical discomfort as proof of threat. When you stop seeing intrusive thoughts as enemies, you also stop fighting your own mind. This reduces internal conflict. The Stoics believed inner conflict was one of the greatest sources of suffering. Not because pain disappears, but because resistance amplifies it. When you understand that the mind is trying to protect you in an outdated way, compassion replaces fear, and compassion is quiet. This does not mean indulging the thoughts. Understanding is not agreement. You can acknowledge the signal without obeying it, like hearing a car alarm in the distance and continuing your walk. You do not need to investigate every sound. The mind, when not reinforced, learns to reduce false alerts. Over time, this changes the frequency of intrusive thoughts. The system recalibrates. It learns that the environment is safe, that silence does not require vigilance, that rest is allowed. This is why Stoics emphasized training perception. When perception changes, emotion follows. When emotion settles, the mind slows. At night, this interpretation is especially powerful. Instead of lying awake asking what is wrong, you begin to see what is happening. A protective system is firing without a target. You do not need to shut it down. You simply need to stop reacting as if it is right. The more often you do this, the quieter it becomes. This understanding brings relief. Not the relief of solved problems, but the relief of no longer being chased by your own thoughts. You realize the mind is not broken. It is just overprotective. And once it realizes you are safe, it finally allows itself to rest. When intrusive thoughts are no longer seen as threats, another layer quietly reveals itself. Even after understanding that these thoughts are false alarms, there is often a lingering discomfort. Not because of what the thought says, but because of what you think it says about you. This is where much of their power hides, not in the thought itself, but in the judgment that follows it. Most people do not suffer from thoughts. They suffer from the meaning they assign to them. A thought appears, and almost instantly, the mind labels it as bad, wrong, dangerous, or unacceptable. Then comes the deeper judgment. Why would I think this? What does this say about me? Does this mean something is wrong with me? These judgments land heavier than the thought ever did. And once they land, the thought sticks. The Stoics were very clear on this point. They taught that a thought is just an impression, raw, neutral, empty of meaning until you decide what it represents. The moment you judge it, you give it weight. The moment you attach morality to it, you turn it into a verdict about your character. And once a thought becomes a verdict, it stops being easy to let go. Intrusive thoughts often feel disturbing because they clash with your values. A strange idea, an unwanted image, or an uncomfortable urge appears, and the mind reacts with shock. But shock is not caused by the thought. It is caused by the judgment that the thought should not exist. This judgment creates tension. The mind tightens. Attention locks in. The thought is now charged. Withholding judgment does not mean approving of the thought. It means refusing to put it on trial. You do not need to decide whether a thought is good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable. You can let it exist without labeling it. When you do this, the emotional reaction softens almost immediately. Without judgment, there is no conflict. Without conflict, there is no fuel. The Stoics believed that morality lies in action, not in thought. You are not defined by what passes through your mind, but by what you choose to act on. A thought that remains unacted upon has no ethical weight. It is not a confession. It is not a desire. It is not a flaw. It is simply mental noise passing through awareness. Many people unknowingly train their minds to repeat intrusive thoughts by judging them harshly. The mind notices the intensity of the reaction and assumes the thought is important. It brings it back again, trying to resolve the discomfort it caused. But the discomfort was never in the thought. It was in the judgment layered on top of it. At night, judgment becomes louder. Without distractions, the mind turns inward and starts evaluating itself. Thoughts are not just noticed, they are analyzed. You begin to question your intentions, your past, your character. This inner courtroom never leads to rest. The Stoics warned against this habit. They knew that self-judgment creates endless loops because the mind is both the judge and the accused. When you practice withholding judgment, you step out of that courtroom. A thought appears, and instead of reacting, you note it and move on. You do not argue with it. You do not condemn it. You do not defend yourself against it. You simply do not add meaning. This creates space, and space weakens repetition. This practice can feel unsettling at first. The mind believes that judgment is protection, that if you do not condemn a thought, it might say something true about you. But this fear misunderstands how the mind works. Thoughts are generated by countless influences: memory, habit, emotion, stress, random association. They are not a clear reflection of character. The Stoics trusted reason over reflex. They trusted behavior over imagination. As you stop judging thoughts, you also stop monitoring them. You no longer scan your mind for bad content. You stop checking whether your thoughts are acceptable. This reduces vigilance, and reduced vigilance leads to calm. The mind relaxes when it is no longer under constant inspection. This shift also removes shame. Shame thrives on judgment. When you stop assigning moral meaning to thoughts, shame has nothing to attach to. A thought may still appear, but it no longer carries emotional weight. It becomes easier to let it pass because there is nothing to resolve. Over time, this practice changes your inner tone. The mind becomes less harsh, less reactive, less defensive. Thoughts come and go with less disturbance. Nighttime loses its edge. Instead of lying awake judging yourself for having thoughts, you rest in the understanding that thoughts are not confessions. They are not instructions. They are not truths. The Stoics believed that freedom begins when you stop mistaking impressions for reality. When you stop judging every mental event, you reclaim your attention and your peace. And in that quiet neutrality, intrusive thoughts lose their grip, not because they were defeated, but because they were never given power in the first place. As judgment loosens its grip, something else becomes noticeable. Many thoughts are not about danger or morality at all. They circle around who you are, who you were, and who you think you need to be. The mind revisits roles, replays conversations, and rebuilds stories about the self. Even when nothing urgent is happening, the identity keeps working. This is where another Stoic practice becomes quietly powerful. Learning how to set the self down for the night. Psychological poverty is not about lacking worth. It is about temporarily releasing the mental possessions you carry everywhere. Your titles, responsibilities, regrets, expectations, and personal narratives are like items in a heavy bag. During the day, you need them to function. At night, they only add weight. The Stoics understood that the mind does not rest while it is busy protecting an identity. Much of nighttime thinking is identity maintenance. The mind reviews the day to confirm who you are. It asks whether you performed well, whether you were respected, whether you failed, whether you need to defend yourself. It rehearses future versions of you, preparing explanations and outcomes. None of this is required for sleep. It only continues because the identity has never been told it can rest. Stoics practiced stepping away from identity on purpose. They believed that the self we cling to is largely constructed, useful but not permanent. When you hold it too tightly, it becomes fragile. At night, fragility turns into worry. Psychological poverty is the practice of saying, for a few hours, I do not need to be anyone right now. No roles to perform, no image to protect, no story to continue. This can feel uncomfortable at first. Identity feels like safety. Without it, the mind worries it will disappear. But this fear comes from habit, not truth. You existed before your roles, and you remain when they pause. Letting go of identity before sleep is not loss, it is relief. One of the reasons intrusive thoughts linger at night is because they attach themselves to the self. A thought appears, and the mind immediately connects it to a personal story. This means something about me. This says something about my life. This could affect who I become. The moment a thought becomes personal, it becomes sticky. Psychological poverty removes the hook. When there is no self-story to attach to, the thought passes more easily. This practice also quiets regret. Regret feeds on identity. It requires a version of you that could have acted differently. At night, the mind recreates these versions endlessly. But when you let go of the identity for the moment, regret loses its stage. You are no longer replaying the past to protect or correct an image. You are simply present. The Stoics often reflected on how temporary everything is, not in a dark way, but in a freeing one. They reminded themselves that status, reputation, and personal narratives are fragile and fleeting. At night, this reflection becomes practical. You do not need to carry your entire life story into bed. You can set it down and pick it up again in the morning. Psychological poverty also dissolves comparison. Many nighttime thoughts involve measuring yourself against others or against imagined standards. These comparisons rely on identity. When you release the need to be someone specific, comparison fades. There is nothing to measure. The mind becomes simpler. This practice is not about denying your life or responsibilities. It is about timing. The Stoics believed in appropriate use of the mind. Night is not the time for evaluation, defense, or ambition. It is the time for rest. When you allow yourself to be nobody for a while, the nervous system relaxes. The mind no longer has to stay alert to protect an image. Over time, this becomes a gentle ritual. As the night begins, you mentally remove the labels: worker, parent, partner, achiever, thinker. You are not erasing them. You are placing them on a shelf. They will be there tomorrow. For now, you are simply a human body breathing in the dark. This simplicity is calming. Thoughts still arise, but they have nowhere to land. Without identity, they lose context. Without context, they lose urgency. The mind becomes quiet, not because it is empty, but because it is no longer crowded with stories. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from adding more control, but from releasing what is unnecessary. Psychological poverty before sleep is one of those releases. When you stop carrying who you think you are into the night, the mind finally understands that it is allowed to rest. When identity is set down and the mind no longer has to defend a personal story, thoughts begin to feel less intimate. They still appear, but they no longer feel like they are you. This shift is subtle, but it changes everything. The Stoics noticed this early on and made it a core practice, learning to treat thoughts as events that happen, not as parts of the self. Most suffering around intrusive thoughts comes from identification. A thought appears and the mind immediately says, "This is my thought." Once that happens, the thought gains ownership. And what you own, you feel responsible for. You feel the need to explain it, justify it, or get rid of it. This creates tension. The Stoics saw that this tension was unnecessary. Thoughts arise on their own, influenced by memory, habit, emotion, and countless conditions beyond your control. Why claim them as personal property? By treating thoughts as external events, the Stoics created distance. Not distance through denial, but distance through clarity. A thought was seen the same way as a sound in the street or a cloud passing overhead. It appears, exists briefly, and disappears. You do not identify with a passing noise. You do not feel ashamed of a cloud. In the same way, you do not need to merge with every mental event. This perspective dissolves the reflex to engage. When a thought is external, it does not demand action. It does not carry authority. It is simply noticed. The moment you stop saying, "This is me," and start saying, "This is happening," the emotional charge drops. You are no longer inside the thought, you are beside it. At night, this distinction becomes especially important. The mind is quieter externally, so internal activity feels louder. If you are identified with every thought, the night feels crowded. But when thoughts are treated as events, the night feels spacious. The same number of thoughts may pass through, but they do not take up residence. The Stoics trained this skill deliberately. They practiced separating the observer from the observed, not to escape experience, but to experience it without entanglement. This allowed them to remain steady even when the mind produced uncomfortable material. They understood that awareness is stable, while thoughts are not. When you rest in awareness instead of content, mental noise loses its dominance. This does not mean suppressing thoughts or pretending they are not there. Suppression is another form of engagement. Treating thoughts as external means allowing them to exist without commentary. You do not argue with them. You do not analyze them. You do not follow them. You simply notice and return to stillness. One of the reasons this practice is so effective is because it interrupts the cycle of self-reference. Intrusive thoughts often loop because they are constantly fed back into the idea of me. Why am I thinking this? What does this say about me? When the thought is no longer mine, these questions lose relevance. There is nothing to interpret. This also changes how emotions behave. Emotions are often tied to identification. When you identify with a thought, the emotion that follows feels personal and urgent. When the thought is external, the emotion is felt as a passing sensation. It may still arise, but it does not escalate. It moves through without dragging a story behind it. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from knowing what is within your control and what is not. Thoughts, they said, arise beyond your control. Your response is the only thing that belongs to you. By treating thoughts as external, you stop trying to control their appearance and focus instead on your relationship with them. This removes struggle. Over time, this practice reshapes the mind. The boundary between awareness and thought becomes clearer. You begin to notice that there is a quiet presence beneath the noise that does not change. Thoughts come and go, but this presence remains. The night becomes a place where this stability is easier to feel. This does not make you detached from life. It makes you less trapped by inner chatter. You become more grounded, not less. When thoughts are no longer confused with identity, they lose the power to define you. They become background activity instead of center stage. As this understanding settles in, mental noise stops feeling like a personal problem. It becomes just another natural process. And when the mind no longer feels the need to claim or control it, silence is no longer something you chase. It is something that gradually reveals itself, simply because there is nothing standing in the way. Once thoughts are no longer taken personally, another quiet truth becomes clear. Thoughts do not survive on their own. They survive on response. Without reaction, without attention, without emotional engagement, they begin to weaken. This is where the Stoics practiced something rare and deeply effective, letting thoughts fade through neglect rather than force. Most people try to defeat intrusive thoughts by overpowering them. They argue, distract, reassure, analyze, or replace them. All of these actions feel active and responsible, but they share one hidden flaw. They keep the thought alive. Every reaction, even a calm one, tells the mind that the thought matters. The Stoics saw this and chose a different approach. They practiced starving thoughts instead of battling them. Thought starvation is simple in concept, but difficult in habit. It means allowing a thought to appear and refusing to give it anything it needs to continue. No commentary, no resistance, no reassurance, no follow-up questions, just non-response. Not out of suppression, but out of understanding that the thought does not require participation. Thoughts are patterns. Patterns repeat when they are reinforced. When a thought appears and produces a reaction, the mind learns the sequence. Thought appears, reaction follows. Over time, this becomes automatic. The Stoics broke this cycle by removing the reaction. When the reaction disappears, the pattern loses momentum. At first, this can feel unsettling. The mind is used to engagement. When a thought appears and nothing follows, there can be a sense of unfinished business. The mind may bring the thought back again, louder or more emotional, trying to get a response. This is not failure. This is the pattern weakening, like a habit knocking on a door that is no longer answered. Most people give in at this stage. They think the thought is getting worse, so they re-engage. But the Stoics understood that persistence without reaction is what ends the loop. When the thought repeatedly receives nothing, the mind eventually stops offering it, not because it was forced away, but because it no longer serves a function. This process takes patience. Thought starvation works slowly, but it works deeply. Fast fixes excite the mind. Slow non-reaction calms it. The Stoics valued long-term freedom over immediate relief. They trusted that the mind learns from experience. If intrusive thoughts consistently fail to produce engagement, the mind adapts. At night, this practice becomes especially powerful. The mind expects reaction in the quiet. When you stop reacting, the contrast is noticeable. Thoughts appear into stillness and dissolve into it. Over time, the space between thoughts grows, not because you are trying to create space, but because nothing is being filled. One of the hardest parts of thought starvation is resisting the urge to check. Checking is reaction. Checking whether the thought is gone, weaker, or returning keeps attention on it. The Stoics avoided this trap by focusing on posture rather than outcome. Their posture was simple: remain present, do nothing unnecessary. This practice also changes how emotion behaves. Emotions linked to intrusive thoughts rely on reinforcement. When you do not react emotionally, the emotional response shortens. The body learns that the thought is not dangerous. The nervous system settles. This is how intrusive thoughts lose their emotional charge over time. Thought starvation is not passive. It is disciplined restraint. It requires trusting the process, trusting that not every thought needs handling, trusting that the mind can resolve itself when not interfered with. The Stoics believed that nature tends toward balance when not disrupted. The mind is no different. Importantly, starvation is different from suppression. Suppression is active pushing. It creates tension. Starvation is absence of feeding. It creates ease. You are not pushing the thought away. You are simply not opening the door. As this practice continues, intrusive thoughts change character. They become less vivid, less frequent, less convincing. Eventually, many disappear altogether. Not because you controlled them, but because you stopped supporting them. This is why the effect feels permanent. The habit that sustained them has been removed. The Stoics knew that attention is power. Where attention goes, energy follows. When you withdraw attention consistently, the mind reallocates its energy elsewhere. The night becomes quieter. The mind becomes less busy. Sleep becomes easier, not because you tried to sleep, but because there was nothing left to keep you awake. This skill takes time, but it reshapes the inner world. You stop being pulled into mental storms. You stop feeling hunted by your own thoughts. You begin to trust silence again. And in that trust, the mind finally learns that it does not need to keep producing noise to be heard. Thought starvation is not dramatic. It is quiet, almost invisible. But it is one of the most powerful Stoic practices because it works with the mind instead of against it. When nothing is fed, nothing survives. And when nothing survives, rest is no longer interrupted. As intrusive thoughts lose their grip through neglect, another layer of calm becomes possible. Not the calm of emptiness, but the calm of distance. This is where the Stoics refined their practice further, and where Marcus Aurelius offers one of the clearest examples. He did not wait for the mind to become quiet. He stepped back from it. Marcus lived with constant pressure. War, leadership, illness, responsibility, and loss followed him everywhere. His nights were not peaceful by circumstance. They were peaceful by discipline. When darkness arrived, he did not ask the mind to stop thinking. He changed how close he stood to his thoughts. For Marcus, mental distance was everything. He understood that closeness creates intensity. When you stand too close to a thought, it fills your entire view. It feels urgent, personal, heavy. But when you step back, the same thought shrinks. It becomes one object among many. This shift alone can change the entire emotional experience of the night. He trained himself to see thoughts as small events within a much larger reality. At night, instead of reviewing problems as personal burdens, he placed them against the scale of nature. Not in a dramatic way, but in a grounding one. A worry about tomorrow was seen as a single moment in a vast unfolding of time. A regret from the past was seen as something already absorbed by the flow of events. Distance softened everything. Marcus did not lie in bed trying to solve life. He reminded himself that most things do not require his involvement at that hour. He believed the mind should rest when action is no longer possible. This was not laziness, it was wisdom. He understood that clarity does not come from exhaustion. One of his most powerful habits was reminding himself of what truly belonged to him. Thoughts did not. Outcomes did not. Other people's behavior did not. What belonged to him was his response. At night, he withdrew from everything else. This withdrawal created mental space, and in that space, sleep could enter. Marcus also practiced viewing thoughts from above, not as if floating away, but as if widening the frame. A single fear looked different when placed within a full life. A single mistake looked smaller when placed within a lifetime of effort. This was not self-criticism or reassurance. It was perspective. Perspective removes emotional sharpness. Importantly, he did not demand silence from his mind. He accepted that thoughts would arise. What he refused to do was step into them. He stayed slightly removed. A thought would appear, and instead of engaging, he would note its presence and let it pass, the same way one notices a sound in the distance without following it. This distance prevented emotional escalation. When you are close to a thought, emotion follows instantly. When you are distant, emotion weakens. Marcus understood that sleep does not come from perfect calm, but from low engagement. A mind that is not emotionally invested naturally slows down. He also avoided self-importance at night. Many intrusive thoughts revolve around the self, how you were seen, what you failed at, what you must prove. Marcus deliberately reduced the importance of the self before sleep, not by devaluing himself, but by recognizing his place within a much larger order. This reduced pressure. Pressure keeps the mind awake. Another key part of his nighttime mindset was acceptance of imperfection. He did not demand that the day be complete or flawless before rest. He allowed unfinished matters to remain unfinished. He trusted that tomorrow existed. This trust removed urgency. Without urgency, the mind had no reason to stay alert. Marcus also reminded himself that rest itself was part of duty. A tired mind makes poor judgments. A rested mind sees clearly. Sleep was not escape. It was preparation. When the mind understands that rest serves purpose, guilt fades, and guilt is a major obstacle to sleep. He treated the night as a return to simplicity. No planning, no rehearsing, no replaying, just being. This simplicity cooled the nervous system. Thoughts still passed through, but they no longer demanded response. Over time, the mind learned that night was safe, that nothing needed to be solved in the dark. This approach dissolves the fear of nighttime thinking. Instead of feeling trapped with your thoughts, you feel slightly apart from them. You are aware, but not involved. Present, but not entangled. This gentle distance is enough. Marcus Aurelius did not fall asleep by controlling his mind. He fell asleep by stepping back from it, by reducing closeness, by reducing importance, by reducing engagement. And in doing so, he allowed the mind to do what it naturally does when left alone long enough: settle. This is not a technique to force sleep. It is a mindset that removes the reasons for staying awake. When thoughts are no longer approached as personal problems, they lose their pull, and when the pull fades, rest returns quietly, without effort, the way it always has. When mental distance becomes familiar, another struggle quietly loses its grip. The struggle is no longer with thoughts themselves, but with the fear of not sleeping. At this point, many people notice something uncomfortable. The body is tired, the mind is calmer, yet sleep still does not arrive right away. This is where urgency sneaks in. And this urgency, more than any thought, is what keeps the night awake. Insomnia feels threatening because it is treated like a problem that must be solved immediately. The clock is checked. The hours are counted. Tomorrow is mentally rehearsed with less sleep. The mind starts calculating consequences. This pressure creates a loop. The more you try to sleep, the more alert you become. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that urgency activates the very system that prevents rest. The moment you label wakefulness as a problem, the nervous system shifts into action mode. The body prepares to fix something. Muscles tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. The mind becomes watchful. Sleep does not happen in watchfulness. It happens when vigilance drops. By turning insomnia into an emergency, you guarantee that vigilance stays high. Stoics reframed this completely. They did not treat sleep as something to chase. They treated wakefulness as neutral. If sleep came, it came. If it did not, the night was still acceptable. This attitude removed pressure. And without pressure, the body could relax enough for sleep to appear naturally. Urgency feeds mental loops. A loop needs importance to survive. I must sleep becomes, why am I not sleeping? Which becomes, what will happen if I don't? Each question tightens the loop. The Stoic approach is to step out of the loop by refusing to treat the situation as urgent. Wakefulness becomes just another state, not a failure. This does not mean pretending you don't care about sleep. It means trusting that the body knows how to regulate itself when not interfered with. The Stoics believed that nature works best when not rushed. Forcing outcomes disrupts natural rhythms. Sleep is one of those rhythms. At night, removing urgency feels counterintuitive. The mind argues that sleep is necessary and time-sensitive, but this argument ignores something important. The body can rest even without sleep. Lying quietly, breathing, and remaining still already reduces strain. When the mind accepts this, tension eases, and often sleep follows when it is no longer demanded. The fear of insomnia is often stronger than insomnia itself. A single restless night becomes a story about patterns, disorders, and long-term damage. The Stoics avoided this kind of forecasting. They focused on what was happening now, not what might happen later. Now you are lying in a bed. Now you are breathing. Now you are safe. This grounding removes future-based urgency. When urgency is gone, checking behavior fades. You stop checking the clock. You stop checking your body. You stop checking your thoughts. Checking is a form of control, and control keeps the mind active. The Stoics trusted release over control. They knew that letting go invites calm. Another reason urgency collapses mental loops is because it removes self-blame. When you see insomnia as a problem, you often turn it into a personal failure. Why can't I sleep like others? What is wrong with me? These judgments add emotional weight. When insomnia is reframed as neutral, self-judgment disappears. Without judgment, the mind softens. The Stoics also understood that effort is incompatible with rest. Effort implies striving. Striving implies tension. Tension keeps the nervous system alert. When you stop trying to sleep, the effort dissolves. The body senses the shift. Muscles loosen. Breathing slows. The environment feels safer. This reframing also changes how thoughts behave. When insomnia is not urgent, thoughts lose their deadline. They no longer need resolution before morning. Without a deadline, the mind stops pushing. Thoughts may still appear, but they drift rather than spiral. Importantly, this approach builds long-term trust. Each time you allow a night to unfold without pressure, the body learns that wakefulness is not dangerous. Over time, the fear response weakens. Insomnia loses its emotional charge, and when fear is gone, sleep becomes more consistent. The Stoics were not attached to outcomes. They were attached to inner order. At night, inner order means allowing the body and mind to do less, not more. When you stop measuring the night by hours slept, you stop fighting it. The night becomes neutral territory again. This neutrality is powerful. It breaks the association between bed and stress. The mind stops bracing. The body stops anticipating struggle. Sleep, when it arrives, feels effortless because nothing was demanded of it. Reframing insomnia as a non-problem is not resignation. It is wisdom. It is understanding that rest cannot be forced and that urgency is the greatest obstacle to calm. When urgency is removed, loops collapse. And in the quiet left behind, sleep often returns, not as a victory, but as a natural consequence of letting go. When urgency dissolves, thoughts lose their speed. They still appear, but they no longer rush. And when thoughts slow down, something important becomes possible. You can finally see their actual size. Not the exaggerated shape they take when fear is present, but what they truly are. This is where the Stoics practiced another quiet discipline, shrinking thoughts without arguing with them, comforting them, or trying to make them disappear. Catastrophic thinking thrives on distortion. A small uncertainty becomes a major threat. A single mistake turns into a permanent flaw. A possibility becomes a certainty. Most people try to correct this with logic or reassurance. They tell themselves things will be fine. They list reasons not to worry. They try to think positively, but reassurance still keeps the thought important. Logic still keeps you engaged. The Stoics chose a cleaner approach. They did not debate thoughts. They reduced them. Shrinking a thought means placing it back into proportion, not by denying it, but by removing the emotional magnification. Catastrophic thoughts feel large because they are viewed up close. The Stoics stepped back. They asked not, "Is this thought true?" but "How much space does this really deserve?" This single shift removes drama. At night, the mind has a habit of inflating things. Without external reference points, thoughts echo and expand. A concern fills the entire mental field. The Stoic response is not to chase the thought, but to widen the field. When the field is wider, the thought automatically shrinks. This is not cosmic thinking meant to distract or comfort. It is practical perspective. A worry about tomorrow is placed within the context of many tomorrows that came and went. A fear about failure is placed within the reality that most failures fade without lasting damage. The thought is not erased, it is resized. Importantly, this resizing happens without reassurance. Reassurance tries to make you feel safe. Stoic shrinking simply shows scale. When you see scale, emotion adjusts on its own. The body relaxes because the threat no longer fills the room. Catastrophic thinking also relies on certainty. It speaks in absolutes. This will ruin everything. I won't recover from this. This always happens. The Stoics avoided answering these statements directly. Instead, they observed how the mind speaks when it is tired. They knew exhaustion exaggerates language. Recognizing exaggeration removes its authority. Another Stoic habit was separating the event from the imagined outcome. A thought often jumps far ahead. It skips steps. It predicts endings without evidence. The Stoic response is to bring the thought back to what actually exists right now. Right now, there is no catastrophe. There is only a thought describing one. This distinction alone reduces intensity. Shrinking thoughts also means refusing to mentally rehearse worst-case scenarios. Rehearsal feels responsible, but it enlarges the image. The Stoics understood that preparation has limits. At night, preparation becomes rumination, and rumination inflates fear. By choosing not to rehearse, the thought loses detail, and without detail, it loses power. This practice works because the mind responds to proportion. When something is seen as small, it stops demanding action. When something is seen as large, the mind mobilizes. Catastrophic thinking is the mind mobilizing for a threat that does not exist. Shrinking the thought tells the mind to stand down. The Stoics also avoided personalizing outcomes. Catastrophic thoughts often attach identity to results. If this happens, it means something about me. When identity is removed, the imagined outcome becomes less severe. It is no longer a judgment. It is just an event among many. At night, this method creates relief because it removes urgency without denial. You are not telling yourself everything is fine. You are simply refusing to inflate a possibility into a crisis. The mind responds well to this honesty. It relaxes when it is not forced into optimism or panic. Over time, this practice retrains perception. The mind stops defaulting to extremes. It learns that not every thought deserves full attention. Thoughts begin to appear smaller from the start. They arrive with less force. They leave more quickly. This is not emotional suppression. Emotion fades because the story feeding it has been reduced. When the story shrinks, the emotion follows. This is why Stoic shrinking feels natural rather than forced. The night becomes easier when thoughts are allowed to be what they are, brief mental events, not forecasts of doom. You stop bracing. You stop preparing for impact. You rest in the understanding that most thoughts are louder than they are meaningful. The Stoics trusted that clarity comes from correct sizing. When things are seen accurately, the mind does not overreact. And when the mind does not overreact, the body rests. Sleep becomes possible not because you convinced yourself, but because nothing remained large enough to keep you awake. This practice does not remove all thoughts. It removes their exaggeration, and without exaggeration, there is nothing left to fear. When thoughts are no longer exaggerated, another hidden force comes into view. It is quieter than panic, but more persistent. The force is not the thoughts themselves, but the fear of having them. This fear works in the background, shaping every reaction. And as long as it remains, the mind never truly rests. Many people believe the problem is what they think, but often the real problem is that they are afraid to think at all, afraid of where the mind might go, afraid of losing control, afraid that a thought might reveal something dangerous, shameful, or irreversible. This fear creates tension before any thought even appears. And tension keeps the system alert. The Stoics noticed this clearly. They understood that fear gives thoughts their authority. When you fear a thought, you treat it as powerful. When you treat it as powerful, you give it attention, and attention keeps it alive. The fear of thinking becomes the soil where intrusive thoughts grow. At night, this fear becomes more noticeable. The day provides distraction. The night removes it. Without noise, the mind turns inward, and the fear says, "What if something shows up?" That question alone tightens the body. The mind becomes watchful. Thoughts sense this vigilance and multiply, not because they are dangerous, but because vigilance signals importance. Stoics dismantled this fear by changing their attitude toward thinking itself. They did not see thoughts as threats. They saw them as natural movements of the mind, no different from physical sensations. A thought could not harm them unless they allowed it to. This belief removed fear at the root. One of the Stoic insights was simple but radical. You do not need to trust every thought, but you also do not need to fear any of them. A thought can appear without being believed. It can pass without being acted on. When you truly understand this, fear loosens its grip. Fear of thinking often comes from misunderstanding control. Many people believe that if they allow thoughts to happen freely, they will lose control or be overwhelmed. The Stoics knew that control does not come from suppression. Suppression increases pressure. Control comes from stability, and stability comes from allowing movement without reaction. When you stop fearing thoughts, you stop bracing against them. Bracing creates resistance. Resistance creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat keeps the mind active. Removing fear removes friction. Thoughts still appear, but they move through a calmer space. This also changes how you relate to silence. Silence can feel dangerous when you fear thinking, because silence creates room for thoughts. But when fear is gone, silence becomes neutral, even welcoming. The mind no longer rushes to fill it. Another reason fear keeps thoughts alive is because fear turns thoughts into tests. Can I handle this? What if this thought comes back? What if it never stops? These questions keep attention locked on the possibility of thinking. The Stoics stepped out of this testing mindset. They did not measure their mental state. They accepted it. Acceptance, Here does not mean liking thoughts. It means not treating their presence as a failure. When thinking is allowed, it loses urgency. When urgency is gone, the mind relaxes. Relaxation is incompatible with fear. The Stoics also understood that fear feeds anticipation. Anticipation keeps the mind active even before a thought appears. You are not reacting to a thought. You are preparing for one. This preparation alone can cause restlessness. When you stop fearing thoughts, anticipation fades. The mind stops scanning. This shift is especially powerful at night. When you lie down without guarding against your own mind, the nervous system receives a signal of safety. Safety allows rest. Rest allows sleep. Not because thoughts stopped, but because fear did. Over time, dismantling the fear of thinking changes the entire inner environment. Thoughts become less dramatic. They appear and leave without ceremony. You stop monitoring your mind. Monitoring is fear in disguise. When monitoring stops, quiet expands. The Stoics trusted the mind when it was not interfered with. They believed that clarity emerges naturally when fear is removed. You do not need to manage every mental event. You do not need to protect yourself from your own thoughts. This trust is deeply calming. This does not mean the mind becomes empty. It means it becomes unthreatening. Thinking loses its edge. The night becomes less of a challenge and more of a pause. When fear is gone, thoughts no longer fight for survival. They no longer need to shout to be noticed. They no longer need to repeat. They pass like background noise. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from controlling the mind, but from no longer being afraid of it. When you stop fearing what might arise, nothing needs to stay. And in that freedom, the mind finally learns how to rest without supervision. This is how intrusive thoughts lose their last stronghold. Not through effort, not through resistance, but through the quiet courage of no longer being afraid to think. When the fear of thinking dissolves, many people expect peace to arrive next. They wait for a calm mind, a clear inner space, a feeling of softness before sleep can happen. But this expectation quietly creates a new struggle. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that waiting for peace keeps the mind awake. Sleep does not require peace. It requires indifference. Peace is active. It is something people try to reach, protect, and maintain. Indifference is passive. It does not care whether the mind is calm or busy. It does not monitor. It does not evaluate. And because it does not demand a certain inner state, it allows the nervous system to relax. Many people stay awake because they are checking for peace. Am I calm yet? Is my mind quiet enough? Why do I still feel restless? These questions keep attention focused inward. Attention keeps the mind alert. Alertness prevents sleep. The Stoics removed this problem by removing the requirement altogether. Indifference does not mean apathy. It means non-interference. It is the ability to let whatever is happening continue without reaction. Thoughts can appear, sensations can shift, emotions can rise and fall. None of it needs correction. This attitude removes effort, and effort is the enemy of sleep. The Stoics believed that sleep is a natural function, not a reward for good behavior. You do not earn sleep by being calm. You do not lose sleep because you failed to relax. Sleep happens when the body is not on guard. Indifference tells the body there is nothing to guard against. At night, this insight is powerful because it removes performance. Many people turn bedtime into a task. They try to create the perfect conditions. They chase a certain feeling. This chase activates the mind. The Stoics stepped out of the chase. They allowed the night to be imperfect. Indifference also changes how you relate to discomfort. A restless sensation, a racing thought, a wave of emotion no longer becomes a problem. It is simply something happening. When nothing is labeled as wrong, the body stops responding with tension. Without tension, sleep becomes more likely. This attitude also prevents disappointment. When you expect peace and it does not come, frustration arises. Frustration wakes the mind. Indifference avoids this cycle. There is no expectation to fail. There is nothing to achieve. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves that they do not control when sleep arrives. They controlled only how much they interfered. By interfering less, they allowed nature to take over. Nature knows how to rest. Over time, indifference becomes a refuge. The mind learns that it does not need to fix itself before resting. It can rest while being imperfect. This reduces self-criticism. Self-criticism keeps the mind active. Indifference also shortens mental loops. Loops continue because they seek resolution. When you are indifferent, you stop providing fuel. The loop ends not because it was solved, but because it no longer matters. This Stoic insight feels counterintuitive because modern culture values optimization. We believe we must reach the right state to deserve rest. The Stoics rejected this idea. They trusted simplicity over optimization. When you stop needing peace, peace often arrives quietly. But even if it does not, sleep can still come. Many people fall asleep with thoughts present, with emotions present, with sensations present. What they lack in those moments is not activity. It is concern. Indifference removes concern. Concern keeps the mind alert. Alertness delays sleep. Remove concern, and the system unwinds. This shift also builds resilience. When you no longer fear restlessness, restlessness loses its edge. The night stops feeling fragile. You stop walking on mental eggshells. The Stoics were not trying to feel good at night. They were trying to be unbothered. Being unbothered is quieter than peace. It does not announce itself. It does not require maintenance. It simply allows. And that allowance is often enough. You do not need silence. You do not need stillness. You do not need peace. You only need to stop caring whether the mind behaves. When you do, the mind no longer needs to stay awake, proving itself. Sleep follows indifference, not because the night was perfect, but because nothing was being resisted. And in that non-resistance, the body remembers how to let go. When indifference replaces the demand for peace, something else becomes possible. You stop bracing against thoughts, but you are also no longer running from them. This creates a quiet opening. Thoughts are allowed to appear fully, without being chased away and without being welcomed. This is where another Stoic discipline naturally unfolds: exposure without resistance. Most people think exposure means forcing yourself to confront thoughts aggressively, sitting there, staring them down, enduring discomfort. But Stoic exposure is softer than that. It is not confrontation. It is permission. Permission for thoughts to exist without interference. No pushing, no pulling, no commentary. Resistance is what gives thoughts shape. When you resist a thought, you define its edges, you give it form, you make it solid. The Stoics understood that what is resisted persists, not because it is strong, but because resistance keeps attention locked onto it. Exposure without resistance removes that lock. At night, resistance often happens automatically. A thought appears and the body tightens. The mind says, "Not this again." That reaction alone feeds the thought. Exposure begins the moment you allow the thought to be there without changing your posture. You do not lean in, you do not turn away, you stay neutral. This neutrality feels strange at first. The mind is used to doing something. Allowing feels like doing nothing, and doing nothing feels risky. But the Stoics trusted stillness. They knew that movement without purpose creates exhaustion. Stillness without fear creates resolution. When a thought is allowed to pass without resistance, it reveals something important. Thoughts are unstable. They change, they fade, they dissolve when not reinforced. Many people never experience this because they are always interfering. Exposure without resistance lets you see the full life cycle of a thought. It appears, lingers briefly, and then loses energy. This practice also removes fear. Fear thrives on avoidance. When you allow a thought to be present, fear has nothing to push against. The mind learns that the thought cannot harm you. Over time, the body stops reacting so strongly. The nervous system recalibrates. Stoic exposure is not about endurance. It is about observation. You are not forcing yourself to stay with pain. You are staying with awareness. Pain fades faster when it is not dramatized. Awareness is steady. Pain is not. Another important part of this practice is not tracking progress. Tracking is engagement. Engagement feeds thoughts. The Stoics avoided this trap by focusing on posture rather than outcome. The posture is simple. Allow whatever appears to appear, nothing more. At night, this changes the entire tone of the experience. Instead of lying in bed, hoping thoughts don't show up, you rest knowing that if they do, you will not resist them. This removes anticipation. Anticipation is resistance before the fact. When anticipation is gone, the mind is quieter even before thoughts arise. Exposure without resistance also dissolves secondary thinking. Secondary thinking is thinking about thinking. Why is this here? Why won't it stop? These questions are forms of resistance. They imply that the thought should not exist. When you drop the question, the thought loses its audience. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from allowing reality to be what it is. Thoughts are part of reality. They do not need to be corrected. When you stop correcting, the mind stops escalating. This practice does not mean you dwell on thoughts. Dwelling is engagement. Exposure is passive. You are present, but not involved. Like standing in a room while a sound passes through. You hear it, but you do not chase it. Over time, this changes your relationship with the mind. Thoughts become less intimidating. You stop fearing their arrival, and when fear is gone, resistance disappears naturally. Without resistance, thoughts have nothing to bounce against. They pass through like air. This is why exposure without resistance is so effective. It does not rely on willpower. It relies on understanding. Understanding that thoughts need friction to survive. Understanding that non-resistance removes friction. At night, when the environment is quiet, this practice is especially powerful. Thoughts appear into stillness and fade into stillness. You begin to trust the process. You stop interfering. The mind feels less crowded. This trust builds confidence. You no longer feel at the mercy of your thoughts. You know that you can allow them without consequence. This confidence further reduces their intensity. The Stoics did not aim to control the mind. They aimed to stop disturbing it. Exposure without resistance is one of the clearest expressions of that aim. When nothing is pushed away and nothing is pulled closer, balance returns. Sleep does not come because thoughts are gone. It comes because nothing is being resisted. The body senses safety. Safety allows rest. This practice is quiet, almost invisible, but it reshapes the night. Thoughts lose their drama. The mind loses its urgency. And in that gentle allowance, rest arrives without being summoned. When thoughts are allowed to pass without resistance, the mind begins to settle into a softer rhythm. But there is one habit that can quietly undo this calm before the night even begins. It happens earlier, often without notice. The habit is constant mental intake. The Stoics understood that what you consume shapes how the mind behaves when it is finally left alone. This is why they practiced a form of mental fasting before sleep. Mental fasting is not about discipline for its own sake. It is about timing. During the day, the mind is designed to engage, analyze, solve, and respond. At night, that same activity becomes overstimulation. When the mind is fed continuously until the moment you lie down, it does not know how to stop. It keeps digesting. Most people think intrusive thoughts come from inside. Often they are echoes of what was consumed. Conversations replay, information resurfaces, images reappear, opinions clash. The mind processes everything late because it was never given space earlier. The Stoics noticed this pattern and chose to end mental input before rest. They understood that the mind, like the body, needs a transition. You cannot eat endlessly and expect the body to rest. You cannot think endlessly and expect the mind to sleep. Mental fasting creates a buffer, a quiet space where the mind can slow down naturally. This fasting does not mean forcing silence. It means stopping unnecessary stimulation. No heavy thinking, no problem solving, no planning, no searching for insight. Even positive stimulation keeps the mind active. The Stoics valued simplicity before bed because simplicity signals safety. At night, intellectual consumption keeps the mind outward-facing. It stays alert, scanning, comparing, reacting. Mental fasting turns attention inward, not toward thoughts, but toward stillness. It tells the mind that the workday is over. One of the hardest parts of mental fasting is letting go of the urge to use the time. Many people feel uncomfortable doing nothing mentally. They reach for content to fill the gap, but filling the gap prevents rest. The Stoics trusted emptiness. They believed that when the mind is not occupied, it naturally reorganizes itself. This practice also reduces rumination. Rumination often feeds on new material. The more ideas the mind has, the more it connects them. By reducing input, you reduce connections. Fewer connections mean fewer loops. Mental fasting also helps with emotional digestion. Emotions need space to settle. When the mind is constantly stimulated, emotions stay unresolved. They surface later as intrusive thoughts. Giving the mind quiet time allows emotions to pass without turning into narratives. This is not about avoiding difficult topics forever. It is about respecting the limits of the mind at night. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when not to think. Night is not the time for insight. It is the time for restoration. Over time, mental fasting changes how the night feels. The mind arrives at bed already quieter. Thoughts still appear, but they are fewer and less intense. The nervous system recognizes the pattern and begins to downshift earlier. This practice also builds self-trust. You stop relying on stimulation to feel settled. You learn that you can exist without constant input. This reduces anxiety. Anxiety often comes from overload, not danger. Mental fasting is gentle. It does not require strict rules. It requires intention, choosing to stop feeding the mind so it can rest. The Stoics believed that restraint is not deprivation, it is care. When the mind is no longer overfed, it stops searching for problems to chew on. Intrusive thoughts lose their momentum because there is less background noise supporting them. The night becomes quieter, not because you forced calm, but because you stopped adding fuel. And when fuel is gone, the fire fades naturally. Mental fasting is one of the simplest Stoic practices, yet one of the most effective. It respects the rhythm of the mind, it honors rest, and it prepares the inner world for sleep by doing less, not more. When you stop consuming, the mind stops producing, and in that quiet space, rest becomes possible again. When the mind is no longer overfed and stimulation fades, another strange experience often appears. Thoughts that felt manageable during the day suddenly feel heavier at night. Worries sound more convincing. Memories feel sharper. Fears feel closer. Even harmless ideas can carry emotional weight. This shift can be unsettling, especially when everything else is quiet. But the Stoics understood this well, and they did not mistake intensity for truth. Nighttime thoughts feel more real because the mind is working with fewer reference points. During the day, reality is reinforced constantly. You see people, hear voices, move your body, and respond to the world. These signals keep thoughts in proportion. At night, those signals disappear. The mind is left alone with its own content, and without contrast, thoughts seem larger than they are. The Stoics knew that perception changes with conditions. They taught that impressions are shaped by context, not just content. Darkness, stillness, and fatigue alter how the mind interprets information. A thought that would pass unnoticed at noon can feel serious at midnight, not because it gained truth, but because the mind lost balance. Fatigue plays a major role. A tired mind is less precise. It exaggerates, simplifies, and dramatizes. The Stoics observed that reason weakens when the body is exhausted. This does not mean you become irrational, but it does mean your judgment becomes less reliable. At night, the mind speaks with more emotion and less accuracy. Another factor is isolation. At night, you are usually alone. Social reality fades. Without feedback from others, the mind becomes its own echo chamber. Thoughts repeat without interruption. Repetition creates familiarity, and familiarity can feel like truth. The Stoics warned against trusting thoughts that arise in isolation. They believed clarity requires distance, not immersion. Silence also amplifies inner sound. When external noise disappears, internal noise feels louder. This does not mean it grew, it means nothing is masking it. A whisper in a quiet room can sound overwhelming. The Stoics did not panic at this. They understood that volume is not meaning. Time distortion is another nighttime effect. The future feels closer. Consequences feel immediate. A small issue seems like it will last forever. The Stoics knew that the mind loses its sense of time when tired. They reminded themselves that the night compresses perspective. What feels endless now will look different in daylight. At night, the mind also loses access to corrective reasoning. During the day, you naturally test thoughts against action and reality. At night, there is no action. Thoughts float without friction. Without friction, they drift into extremes. The Stoics did not try to correct these thoughts with logic in the dark. They knew logic works best when the mind is rested. Emotion also behaves differently after dark. Emotional regulation weakens. Feelings linger longer. The Stoics did not interpret this as failure. They saw it as a natural fluctuation. They taught that emotions are more intense when the body is tired, and intensity does not equal importance. This is why Stoics avoided making decisions at night. They trusted that clarity returns with rest. They treated nighttime thoughts as temporary impressions, not conclusions. This prevented overreaction. Understanding this removes fear. When you know that nighttime thoughts are distorted by condition, you stop treating them as messages. You stop analyzing them. You stop responding as if they require action. This alone reduces their impact. The Stoics practiced postponement, not avoidance, but delay. If a thought felt serious at night, they allowed it to wait. If this still matters tomorrow, I will address it then. This simple rule removed urgency. Without urgency, the thought lost intensity. Importantly, this is not self-dismissal. It is wisdom. You are recognizing that the mind at night is not at its best. Just as you would not judge your strength while sick, you do not judge your thoughts while tired. This perspective also reduces self-blame. Many people think something is wrong with them because their thoughts worsen at night. The Stoics rejected this idea. They saw it as a predictable pattern. When conditions change, perception changes. When you stop trusting nighttime thoughts completely, you stop fighting them. You let them pass, knowing they are exaggerated by circumstance. This reduces emotional reaction. Reduced reaction leads to calm. Over time, this understanding retrains the mind. Nighttime thoughts lose their authority. They may still appear, but they no longer command belief. You stop asking, "Why does this feel so real?" and start saying, "This feels intense because it is night." This shift is grounding. It returns power to awareness rather than content. You stop being pulled into mental drama. You stay anchored in the present. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when not to listen. Night is one of those times. Thoughts are allowed, but not followed. Feelings are felt, but not obeyed. When you stop mistaking intensity for truth, the night becomes less threatening. Thoughts lose their sharpness. The mind softens, and in that softness, rest becomes easier. Nighttime thoughts feel more real, but they are not more true. They are shaped by darkness, fatigue, and silence. When you understand this, you stop giving them power. And when power is removed, the night regains its quiet. This is not about forcing sleep. It is about restoring perspective. When perspective returns, the mind no longer needs to stay awake defending itself. Once you understand that nighttime thoughts feel intense because of conditions, not truth, the urge to fix them begins to fade. You stop arguing with the dark. You stop demanding clarity from a tired mind. And in that softening, a simple phrase gains unexpected power, not as a mantra, not as comfort, but as release. The phrase is quiet, almost indifferent. So be it. So be it is not surrender in defeat. It is surrender without fear. It is the moment you stop negotiating with your own mind. When a thought appears and you say, "So be it," you are not agreeing with it. You are refusing to wrestle with it. And this refusal is deeply calming. Most mental suffering at night comes from resistance. A thought shows up and the mind pushes back. This shouldn't be here. I don't want this. I need this to stop. Each push creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat keeps the mind awake. The Stoics understood that resistance prolongs discomfort. Acceptance shortens it. So be it removes resistance completely. It does not try to improve the situation. It does not ask for relief. It does not demand change. It simply allows what is present to be present. This allowance sends a powerful signal to the nervous system. There is no threat. The mind is always scanning for danger. When you resist a thought, the mind assumes the thought is dangerous. When you accept it calmly, the mind learns that nothing needs to be done. Over time, this retrains the system. Thoughts stop arriving with urgency because urgency is no longer rewarded. At night, this phrase works because it ends the inner argument. Many people lie awake debating with themselves. They argue against their own thoughts. They plead for calm. They reason, reassure, and rehearse. "So be it," ends the conversation. "There is nothing to discuss." This acceptance is radical because it goes against instinct. The instinct is to fix, correct, or eliminate discomfort. The Stoics trained themselves to do the opposite. They allowed discomfort to exist without escalation. They trusted that what is allowed resolves faster than what is resisted. When you say, "so be it," to a thought, you remove its job. The thought often exists to get a reaction. When there is no reaction, it loses purpose. It may linger briefly, confused by the lack of response, and then it fades. This phrase also dissolves fear of outcome. Many nighttime thoughts are future-focused. They warn, predict, and threaten. Saying, "so be it," removes the need to control the future in that moment. You are not saying the future will be bad. You are saying you do not need to solve it now. This creates a sense of openness. The mind stops bracing. Bracing keeps muscles tense. Tension keeps the body alert. When bracing stops, the body relaxes naturally. Sleep does not need to be invited. It enters when vigilance leaves. "So be it" also breaks perfectionism. Many people believe they must be in the right mental state to sleep. Calm, positive, clear. This belief creates pressure. Pressure keeps the mind active. Acceptance removes pressure. You allow the night to be imperfect. The Stoics believed that acceptance is strength, not weakness. They did not waste energy fighting what could not be changed in the moment. At night, you cannot change the fact that thoughts appear. Fighting this reality only prolongs wakefulness. This phrase also removes self-blame. When a thought appears and you respond with acceptance, you stop judging yourself for having it. Judgment adds emotional weight. Acceptance lightens everything. Over time, "so be it" becomes less of a phrase and more of a posture, a way of meeting the mind without tension. Thoughts come and go without drama. You stop reacting emotionally to mental noise. This posture is deeply sleep-inducing because sleep requires letting go. Letting go of control. Letting go of effort. Letting go of the need to manage experience. "So be it" is the language of letting go. Importantly, this is not giving up on life. It is giving up on unnecessary struggle. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from winning inner battles. It comes from ending them. At night, this practice builds trust. You trust that the mind can move without supervision. You trust that discomfort will pass without intervention. This trust calms the system. When you say, "so be it," you step out of opposition. Opposition keeps energy flowing. Acceptance allows energy to drain. When energy drains, the body prepares for rest. This is why radical acceptance feels powerful. It does not demand change. It allows change to happen naturally. Thoughts soften. Emotions settle. The mind slows. Sleep often arrives quietly after acceptance, not because the thoughts stopped, but because nothing was fighting them. The night becomes a space where nothing needs to be different. "So be it" is not a solution. It is an ending, the ending of resistance. And when resistance ends, The mind finally understands that it does not need to stay awake protecting you. This is how acceptance becomes a weapon, not against thoughts, but against the struggle that keeps them alive. When you stop resisting the mind stops resisting rest. When acceptance becomes natural, the mind no longer fights the night. But there is one final shift the Stoics use to dissolve even the most stubborn thinking. It sounds heavy at first, but it is deeply calming when understood. They treated sleep not as an escape, but as a small rehearsal for letting go completely. To the Stoics, sleep and death shared something important. Not fear, but release. In both, control ends. Roles disappear. The future stops demanding attention. This perspective was not meant to disturb the mind. It was meant to soothe it. When you accept that rest means letting go of everything for a while, the mind stops trying to hold on. Obsessive thinking thrives on attachment. Attachment to outcomes, to identity, to unfinished business, to tomorrow. The Stoics noticed that obsession is the mind refusing to release control. Preparing for sleep as a kind of daily ending gently breaks this habit. This preparation was not dramatic or dark. It was quiet and practical. Before rest, Stoics would remind themselves that nothing needed to be carried into the night. Just as death removes titles and worries, sleep asks you to set them down temporarily. You are not abandoning them, you are resting from them. When the mind believes it must stay alert to protect life, it keeps producing thoughts. When the mind understands that letting go is safe, thinking slows. This is why the idea of a daily ending calms the system. It tells the mind there is nothing left to manage. Obsessive thinking often asks the same question over and over. What if? This question exists because the mind believes it must prepare for every possibility. The Stoics responded by reminding themselves that no amount of nighttime thinking can control fate. When preparation becomes useless, the mind relaxes. This does not create hopelessness. It creates humility, a recognition of limits. The Stoics believed that peace comes from knowing where your power ends. Night is beyond your power. Sleep arrives when it arrives. Tomorrow comes when it comes. Accepting this removes the need to obsess. Viewing sleep as a rehearsal for release also changes how you relate to fear. Many intrusive thoughts are fear-based. Fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of uncertainty. When you practice letting go each night, fear loses its urgency. You learn that you can release awareness and still be safe. This practice also dissolves the need for mental closure. The mind often stays awake trying to finish things. Finish thoughts, finish worries, finish explanations. The Stoics understood that life is never finished in one day. Waiting for completion before rest is unrealistic. Seeing sleep as an ending removes the need for completion. At night, the mind often clings because it believes letting go is dangerous. The Stoics taught themselves the opposite. Letting go is natural. The body does it every night. Training the mind to do the same removes friction. This mindset also removes the fear of missing something important. Many people stay mentally alert because they worry something will be overlooked. The Stoics trusted that what truly matters will return when needed. This trust quiets vigilance. Preparing for sleep this way also changes how you experience the present moment. You stop postponing rest until conditions are perfect. You rest because rest is allowed. This removes the sense of unfinished responsibility that fuels obsession. The idea of a daily ending also humbles the ego. Obsessive thinking often revolves around the self, how things affect you, how you are perceived, how your life unfolds. When you step into a mindset where the self temporarily dissolves, these concerns lose relevance. This is not about denying life's importance. It is about releasing its grip at the right time. The Stoics believed that knowing when to stop is wisdom. Night is the time to stop. Over time, this practice builds deep calm. The mind learns that it does not need to stay awake guarding existence. It learns that letting go is part of living.
Obsessive thinking quiets because it has nothing to protect, nothing to finish, nothing to control. The mind rests because it understands that rest is not abandonment.
Sleep becomes a gentle surrender instead of a struggle. You are not falling asleep. You are setting things down. And when the mind practices letting go daily, it stops panicking at the idea of release. Thoughts lose their urgency. The night becomes less threatening. This Stoic perspective does not make life smaller. It makes rest easier. It teaches the mind that release is safe. When you prepare for sleep as a daily ending, obsessive thinking has no reason to continue. It fades because its job is finished, and in that quiet acceptance, the body follows naturally. Sleep arrives not because you forced it, but because you allowed everything to stop. When the mind learns how to let go at night, another pattern quietly reveals itself. The thoughts that once felt invasive start to sound familiar, almost repetitive, like a voice that keeps talking because it has never been taught when to stop. This is where the Stoics made a subtle but powerful distinction. They did not see intrusive thoughts as foreign intruders. They saw them as untrained inner speech. The mind is always talking. It narrates, comments, warns, judges, and predicts. During the day, this inner voice is kept in check by action and interaction. At night, when the outer world goes silent, the inner voice takes the stage. If it has never been guided, it speaks endlessly, not because it is malicious, but because it has no discipline. Stoics believed that inner speech, like outer speech, can be trained. You would not allow someone to shout constantly in a quiet room. You would not respond to every noise with urgency. Yet many people respond to every inner sentence as if it deserves attention. This constant response trains the inner voice to keep talking. Intrusive thoughts are often not meaningful messages. They are habits of speech running without direction. The mind has learned to fill silence with commentary. When no one teaches it otherwise, it assumes talking is its job. Stoicism approached this gently. The goal was not to silence the inner voice, but to refine it, to teach it when speech is useful and when it is not. Discipline, in this sense, did not mean control. It meant guidance. The Stoics noticed that much inner speech is reactive. A sensation appears, and the mind comments. A memory surfaces, and the mind explains. A feeling arises, and the mind labels. None of this is required. It is a habit, and habits can be reshaped. At night, untrained inner speech becomes louder because it has nothing external to respond to. It turns inward and begins narrating everything. This narration feels intrusive because it is unchecked. The Stoic response is not to argue with the voice, but to stop responding to it. When you stop responding, the inner voice begins to change. Like a speaker without an audience, it slows down, not immediately, but naturally. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that speech exists for communication. When communication is not needed, speech fades. They practiced selective listening. Not every thought deserved engagement. Not every sentence required a reply. This selectivity is what disciplines inner dialogue. You teach the mind through behavior, not force. One of the most important Stoic lessons was learning the difference between useful thought and idle talk. Useful thought serves action or understanding. Idle talk repeats itself without purpose. At night, most intrusive thoughts fall into the second category. Recognizing this removes urgency. The Stoics also avoided speaking harshly to themselves internally. Harsh inner speech creates tension. Tension keeps the mind active. They trained themselves to keep inner dialogue minimal and neutral. When speech was unnecessary, silence was preferred. This does not mean suppressing thoughts. Suppression is another form of engagement. It still treats the inner voice as powerful. Discipline comes from not reacting. When you do not react, the voice learns restraint. Over time, inner speech becomes simpler, shorter, quieter. Thoughts appear as brief signals rather than long stories. This is not because the mind is empty, but because it is trained. The Stoics understood that language shapes experience. When inner language is dramatic, experience feels dramatic. When inner language is restrained, experience feels calmer. By disciplining inner speech, they reduced emotional intensity without effort. At night, this practice is especially effective. When the inner voice starts narrating, you do not follow, you do not answer, you do not correct. You allow it to speak into silence. Silence does not argue. Silence ends the conversation. This also removes fear of thinking. When inner speech is no longer aggressive or uncontrolled, thoughts feel safer. You stop bracing against them. You stop monitoring them. The mind relaxes. Disciplining inner dialogue is not about becoming passive. It is about becoming intentional. You choose when thinking is needed and when it is not. Night is not the time for commentary. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to be quiet internally. When the inner voice is quiet, not because it was silenced, but because it was no longer needed, rest becomes possible. Intrusive thoughts lose their edge when they are no longer treated as important speech. They become background noise, and background noise fades when ignored. This practice takes patience. Inner speech has been rehearsed for years, but each night of non-response retrains the habit. The voice learns to speak less. Eventually, silence becomes familiar, not empty, but steady. The mind rests because it is no longer filling space out of habit. This is how Stoicism disciplines internal dialogue, not through force, but through restraint. Not by silencing the mind, but by teaching it when to stop talking. And when the inner voice learns that silence is allowed, the night becomes quieter without effort. Thoughts still come, but they do not stay. The mind rests because it has learned how to be still. When inner speech begins to quiet, a strange impulse often replaces it. The mind notices the silence and immediately tries to protect it. It starts trying to relax, and without realizing it, this effort brings tension back. The Stoics saw this paradox clearly. The moment you try to relax, you stop relaxing. Trying is an action. Action activates the system. Sleep does not come from action, it comes from release. The Stoics understood that effort, even gentle effort, signals the mind that something is required. When something is required, the body stays alert. Alertness and sleep cannot coexist. Most people lie in bed with a hidden task running in the background. I need to relax. I need to calm down. I need to let go. These thoughts sound peaceful, but they carry pressure. Pressure keeps the nervous system engaged. The body senses expectation. Expectation delays rest. The Stoics avoided this trap by refusing to make relaxation a goal. Goals create striving. Striving creates tension. Instead, they focused on removing what was unnecessary. They did not aim for calm. They aimed for non-interference. Trying to relax also creates monitoring. You check your body, you scan your breath, you assess your thoughts. Am I calmer now? This monitoring pulls attention inward and keeps the mind active. The Stoics believed attention should rest, not hover. Hovering is vigilance. Vigilance is wakefulness. There is also a subtle fear beneath the effort to relax. The fear that if you do not relax correctly, sleep will not come. This fear adds urgency. Urgency activates survival mode. Survival mode overrides rest. The Stoics dismantled this by removing the belief that relaxation is something you must achieve. They trusted the body. They knew the body knows how to rest when not interrupted. Trying to relax interrupts. It adds instruction where none is needed. Like telling a heart how to beat, it interferes with a natural process. At night, the paradox becomes obvious. The more you focus on relaxing, the more aware you become of tension. The mind begins cataloging sensations. This attention magnifies discomfort. The Stoics did not analyze tension. They ignored it. Ignoring is not denial. It is refusing to engage. Another reason trying to relax fails is because it divides the self. One part of you becomes the manager, another becomes the problem. This inner split creates conflict. Conflict keeps the mind active. The Stoics avoided inner conflict by refusing to take control of what did not need control. They practiced allowing instead of directing, allowing breath to be whatever it is, allowing thoughts to appear or not, allowing the body to shift. No instruction, no correction. This absence of management is what relaxes the system. Trying to relax also ties sleep to performance. You feel successful when you relax well and frustrated when you do not. This emotional reaction adds energy. Energy keeps the mind awake. The Stoics removed performance from rest. Rest was not something to do well or poorly. It was something that happened or did not. They understood that the body relaxes when it feels safe. Safety is not created by effort. It is created by the absence of threat. When you stop trying to relax, you remove the threat of failure. The body responds immediately to this signal. This is why indifference works better than effort. Indifference does not care whether relaxation happens. Because it does not care, it does not interfere. The nervous system relaxes on its own when it is not being observed or judged. Trying to relax also keeps time in focus. You wonder how long it is taking. You measure progress. Measurement creates impatience. Impatience is arousal. The Stoics removed time pressure by treating the night as open-ended. There was no rush. They did not use techniques to force calm. Techniques imply manipulation. Manipulation keeps the mind engaged. Instead, they rested in acceptance. Acceptance is passive. Passivity allows unwinding. This does not mean lying rigidly or resisting comfort. It means not asking the body to change. Comfort happens naturally when effort stops. Muscles loosen when they are no longer commanded. Breath deepens when it is not controlled. The Stoics believed that rest is the default state when nothing is wrong. Trying to relax assumes something is wrong. This assumption alone can keep the system active. Removing the assumption removes the problem. Over time, this paradox becomes intuitive. You notice that sleep comes when you stop trying, when you stop caring whether you relax. when you stop checking, when you stop managing. This does not require patience. It requires trust. Trust that the body knows what to do when left alone. Trust that effort is unnecessary. Trust that rest cannot be forced. The night becomes easier when you stop treating it like a task. You are not there to relax. You are there to be. Being does not require effort. The Stoics did not chase relaxation. They removed obstacles. They removed urgency. They removed interference. What remained was enough. This is why trying to relax is the enemy of sleep. Not because relaxation is bad, but because effort blocks what effort seeks. When effort ends, the body takes over. And when the body takes over, the mind no longer needs to stay awake. When the effort to relax is finally dropped, a deeper quiet becomes possible. Not because thoughts stop appearing, but because you stop stepping into them. This is where the Stoics practice something deceptively simple and profoundly effective: mental non-interference. The art of letting thoughts exist without participation. Most people believe suffering comes from having thoughts. The Stoics saw it differently. Suffering comes from involvement. A thought appears and the mind immediately reaches for it. It reacts, comments, judges, explains, or resists. This reaching is participation. Participation is what turns a passing thought into a mental event that lingers. Mental non-interference is the refusal to reach. This does not mean pushing thoughts away. Pushing is still interaction. It does not mean welcoming thoughts either. Welcoming is also engagement. Non-interference sits between the two. Thoughts are allowed to be present, but they are not answered. Not because they are dangerous, but because they do not require a response. The Stoics believed that the mind interferes out of habit, not necessity. The habit was formed through years of responding to every inner signal as if it mattered. Over time, the mind learned that producing thoughts guaranteed attention. Non-interference breaks this learning without force. At night, this practice becomes especially clear. A thought appears in the quiet. Normally, it would trigger a chain. One thought leads to another. One feeling leads to a story. Non-interference cuts the chain at the first link. The thought appears and nothing follows. This can feel strange at first. The mind expects continuity. When continuity is absent, there can be a brief sense of suspension, like stepping off a moving walkway. But this suspension is where calm begins. The mind is no longer being carried forward by momentum. Non-interference works because thoughts are not stable objects. They are processes. Processes continue when they are fed. When they are not fed, they end. The Stoics trusted this natural ending. They did not rush it. They did not assist it. They simply stayed out of the way. This practice also removes the need to decide what a thought means. Meaning is added through participation. When you do not participate, meaning does not form. A thought remains a soundless event, not a message. Many people fear that if they do not interfere, thoughts will spiral out of control. The opposite is true. Spirals are created by interference. Each response adds a layer. Each layer increases complexity. Non-interference keeps things simple. At night, simplicity is essential. The mind is tired. Complexity overwhelms it. When thoughts are left alone, they remain simple and brief. The nervous system senses this simplicity and relaxes. Another benefit of non-interference is that it removes self-focus. Participation often involves the self. Why am I thinking this? What does this say about me? Non-interference bypasses these questions entirely. There is no investigation, no self-reference, just awareness. The Stoics believed that awareness itself is enough. You do not need to do anything with what you notice. Not everything that enters awareness is an assignment. Some things are just passing through. This practice also dissolves urgency. Urgency is created by the belief that something must be done. Non-interference communicates that nothing is required. When nothing is required, the body stops preparing for action. Preparation keeps the system awake. Non-interference also prevents emotional escalation. Emotion grows when it is interpreted, judged, or resisted. When emotion is allowed to exist without commentary, it peaks and fades. The Stoics trusted this natural curve. Importantly, non-interference is not dissociation. You are not leaving experience. You are staying present without manipulation. Presence without manipulation is grounding. Dissociation disconnects. Non-interference stabilizes. Over time, this practice changes how the mind behaves. Thoughts appear less frequently because they are no longer rewarded. The mind learns that silence is acceptable. It does not need to fill space. This learning is gradual. The Stoics valued patience. They knew habits unwind slowly. Each moment of non-interference weakens the habit of engagement. Over nights and weeks, the effect compounds. At night, this leads to a feeling of spaciousness. Thoughts may still arise, but they float rather than press. You no longer feel pulled into them. The bed feels like a place of rest rather than mental activity. Non-interference also builds trust. You trust that thoughts can exist without harm. You trust that the mind does not need constant supervision. This trust relaxes the entire system. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with nature, not controlling it. Thoughts are part of nature. Interfering with them creates friction. Letting them move freely restores balance. This does not make you passive in life. It makes you selective. You engage when engagement is useful. At night, engagement is rarely useful. Knowing this is wisdom. When you stop participating in thoughts, you stop extending them. When you stop extending them, they shorten. When they shorten, gaps appear. In those gaps, rest emerges naturally. Mental non-interference is not something you do. It is something you stop doing. You stop answering. You stop correcting. You stop managing. What remains is quiet awareness, and that quiet is enough. Sleep does not require silence. It requires non-participation. When the mind is allowed to speak without being answered, it eventually stops speaking. Not because it was silenced, but because it was finally left alone. This is the Stoic practice of mental non-interference. Simple, subtle, powerful, and when practiced consistently, it transforms the night from a place of struggle into a place of release. When the mind is no longer interfered with, something else becomes easier to notice. Thoughts do not just appear randomly. Many of them arrive already connected, already moving in a direction. One sentence becomes a paragraph. One memory turns into a scene. One feeling becomes a full explanation of your life. This is mental storytelling, and the Stoics learned how to stop the story before it takes over the night. Mental storytelling is the mind's attempt to create continuity. It wants things to make sense. It wants beginnings, middles, and endings. At night, when there is no external structure, the mind creates its own. It links thoughts together and builds narratives. These narratives feel compelling because they feel complete. But completeness is not truth, it is construction. The Stoics understood that most suffering does not come from single thoughts, but from stories built around them. A thought like, "that didn't go well," is harmless on its own. But when it turns into, I always mess things up, and then into, this is how my life goes, suffering begins. The story adds weight, emotion, and permanence. They broke this habit by refusing to let thoughts connect automatically, not by arguing with the story, but by interrupting its formation. They did not wait until the story became dramatic. They stopped it at the first sentence. This required awareness, not effort. The Stoics trained themselves to notice when a thought stopped being a simple observation and started becoming a narrative. The shift is subtle. A narrative usually includes time, identity, and outcome. It talks about the past or future. It says something about who you are. It predicts how things will end. When these elements appear, the story has begun. The Stoic response was to return to the smallest possible unit of experience. Instead of following the story, they stayed with what was actually present. A sensation, a sound, a breath, a single thought without commentary. By doing this, they removed the material the story needed to continue. Importantly, they did not analyze the story. Analysis keeps it alive. They did not try to rewrite it. Rewriting still feeds it. They simply did not continue it. A story cannot survive without narration. At night, this practice is especially effective because stories gain power in silence. Without interruption, the mind fills the space with meaning. The Stoics understood that silence does not require explanation. When you stop explaining, the story collapses. Another key insight was understanding that stories feel urgent because they feel personal. The Stoics reduced this urgency by stepping out of the role of the main character. They observed the story as if it were happening to no one. Without a protagonist, the plot loses intensity. They also avoided revisiting familiar stories. Many nighttime narratives are recycled. The same regrets, the same fears, the same self-judgments. The Stoics recognized repetition as habit, not truth. When a story appeared again, they did not treat it as new information. They treated it as a known pattern and declined to engage. This refusal was not cold or dismissive. It was calm, like choosing not to rewatch a film you already know by heart. The story may still play in the background, but you are no longer invested. Mental storytelling also thrives on emotion. Emotion fuels detail. The Stoics practiced emotional restraint not to suppress feeling, but to prevent elaboration. When emotion was not turned into explanation, it passed more quickly. They also practiced grounding in the present moment, not as a technique, but as a correction. Stories pull the mind away from what is actually happening. Returning to the present removes the stage the story needs. There is no plot in the present. There is only experience. At night, this grounding can be as simple as noticing the weight of the body, the rhythm of breathing, or the quiet of the room. These are not distractions. They are anchors. They keep the mind from drifting into narrative. Over time, this practice weakens the storytelling habit. The mind learns that not every thought needs to be developed. Not every idea needs a conclusion. Not every feeling needs a backstory. This reduces cognitive load. The mind becomes lighter. The Stoics also accepted that some stories will begin despite your best efforts. The goal was not perfection, it was interruption. Even stopping a story halfway reduces its impact. Even noticing that a story is happening creates distance. This distance is enough to prevent spirals. Spirals require momentum. Momentum requires continuation. When continuation stops, the spiral ends naturally. Ending mental storytelling also reduces emotional exhaustion. Stories drain energy. They demand attention. They ask for resolution. When stories end early, energy is conserved. Conserved energy supports rest. The night becomes less dramatic when stories are no longer allowed to unfold unchecked. Thoughts may still appear, but they remain brief. They do not turn into conclusions about your life. They do not turn into warnings about the future. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop thinking. Stories are optional. Silence is not a problem to solve. When you stop narrating the night becomes quiet on its own. This practice does not remove meaning from life. It removes unnecessary meaning from moments that are meant for rest. The mind does not need to understand everything before sleep. It only needs to stop telling stories. When storytelling ends, the mind no longer entertains itself with drama. It rests. And in that rest, sleep becomes possible again. This is how the Stoics broke the habit of mental storytelling. Not by controlling the mind, but by refusing to keep the story going. When the story stops, the mind has nothing left to do. And when the mind has nothing left to do, it finally allows the body to sleep. When mental stories stop unfolding, a deeper quiet opens up. In that quiet, you begin to notice something important that was always there but rarely felt: the space in which thoughts appear. This space is steady. Thoughts move through it. Stories try to form inside it. Emotions rise and fall within it. But the space itself is untouched. The Stoics learned to reclaim authority over this inner space by realizing one simple truth: what appears in the mind is not who you are. Most people live as if their inner space belongs to their thoughts. A thought arrives, and instantly it feels personal. It feels like a statement about the self. This confusion hands authority to mental events. Once thoughts are treated as the self, they gain power. They begin to define mood, identity, and direction. The Stoics refused this handover. They made a clear distinction between the mind as a place where things happen and the self as the one who notices. Thoughts were events. Feelings were events. Images, memories, urges, all events. None of them were the owner of the space. This separation changed everything. When you believe every thought belongs to you, you feel responsible for it. You feel the need to explain it, correct it, or defend yourself against it. This creates pressure. Pressure keeps the inner space crowded. Reclaiming authority means understanding that you are not obligated to manage everything that passes through awareness. The Stoics believed that selfhood is rooted in choice, not content. You are not what appears in the mind. You are how you respond, or whether you respond at all. This insight removes identification. When identification is gone, thoughts lose their ability to dominate. At night, this distinction becomes especially powerful. The mind produces thoughts more freely in the dark. If each thought is taken as a reflection of the self, the night becomes overwhelming. But when thoughts are seen as visitors in a space you inhabit, they no longer threaten your sense of who you are. Reclaiming authority does not mean controlling thoughts. Control implies struggle. Authority is quieter. It is knowing where ownership begins and ends. Thoughts can exist without permission. Authority lies in not mistaking their presence for instruction. This also dissolves shame. Shame thrives on identification. If I thought this, it must say something about me. The Stoics rejected this idea completely. They judged character by actions guided by reason, not by involuntary mental noise. When you stop identifying with thoughts, shame loses its foundation. Inner authority also changes how you experience emotion. Emotions arise, but they are no longer taken as commands. A wave of sadness does not mean you are a sad person. A flash of fear does not mean danger. These are experiences, not identities. When this is understood, emotional intensity drops. The Stoics trained this perspective through repeated reminder, not force. Each time a thought appeared, they mentally stepped back and recognized it as an occurrence, not a declaration. Over time, this recognition became natural. The mind stopped confusing noise with self. At night, this creates spaciousness. Thoughts appear against a wider background. They feel smaller, less invasive. You no longer feel crowded by your own mind. You feel present within it. Reclaiming authority also restores choice. When thoughts are not equated with the self, you are free to ignore them. Ignoring is not avoidance. It is discernment. You choose what deserves engagement and what does not. This discernment reduces exhaustion. Much mental fatigue comes from unnecessary engagement. When authority is reclaimed, engagement becomes selective. The mind rests more often. The Stoics believed that inner freedom begins with this separation. Freedom is not the absence of thoughts. It is the absence of confusion about what thoughts are. When clarity replaces confusion, the inner space becomes calm. At night, this calm does not need to be protected. It exists naturally when the self is no longer fused with mental activity. Thoughts may still move, but they do not take over the space. This shift also builds confidence. You stop fearing your own mind. You know that nothing it produces can define you without your consent. This confidence relaxes the nervous system. Relaxation supports sleep. Reclaiming authority over inner space is not a dramatic act. It is a quiet realization repeated gently. Each time you notice a thought and do not step into it, authority returns. Each time you allow an emotion without becoming it, authority strengthens. Over time, the inner space feels like yours again, not because it is empty, but because it is no longer governed by passing events. You are present without being entangled. The Stoics trusted this presence more than any thought. They rested in it. At night, resting in this space removes the need to manage the mind. When nothing needs management, the system unwinds. This is how authority is reclaimed, not by domination, but by clarity, not by control, but by separation. When mental events are no longer mistaken for selfhood, the inner world settles, and in that settled space, sleep no longer feels like something to reach. It feels like something that happens when nothing is standing in the way. When authority over inner space is restored, the mind becomes quieter. But this is often the moment people unknowingly undo their progress. A thought appears, discomfort follows, and the instinct to soothe kicks in. Reassure yourself, calm yourself, comfort the mind. It feels kind. It feels responsible. But the Stoics notice something most people miss. Self-soothing often keeps intrusive thoughts alive. Self-soothing sends a subtle message to the mind. The message is not, "You're safe." The message is, "This thought is dangerous enough to require comfort." The mind listens carefully to how you respond. When a thought triggers soothing, the mind learns that the thought matters, and what matters gets repeated. Intrusive thoughts survive on significance. They return because they achieved something last time. If every appearance leads to reassurance, calming phrases, or emotional caretaking, the thought is rewarded. The Stoics warned against this pattern, not because comfort is bad, but because misplaced comfort trains the mind to produce more distress. At night, this dynamic becomes stronger. The mind is already sensitive. When a thought appears and you rush to soothe it, The nervous system stays alert. Comfort becomes part of the cycle. Thought appears, discomfort arises, soothing follows. The loop feels gentle, but it is still a loop. Stoics believe that not every discomfort requires response. Some discomfort dissolves fastest when it is left alone. Self-soothing interrupts this natural resolution. It adds attention. Attention keeps the thought active. This does not mean the Stoics promoted harshness. They rejected cruelty toward the self, but they also rejected unnecessary intervention. Wisdom to them meant knowing when to act and when to abstain. Nighttime intrusive thoughts fall into the second category. Self-soothing also creates dependency. The mind learns that whenever discomfort arises, it must be managed. This keeps vigilance high. You begin monitoring your state, ready to comfort yourself again. Monitoring is a form of anxiety. Anxiety prevents rest. Another problem with self-soothing is that it turns thoughts into problems that must be resolved emotionally. Instead of letting a thought pass, you pause the night to address it. This pause reinforces importance. The Stoics preferred continuity. Let the night continue uninterrupted. They also understood that reassurance is still engagement. Even calming thoughts like "everything will be okay" are responses. Responses extend the lifespan of a thought. The mind does not distinguish between positive and negative engagement. It only notices engagement. Self-soothing can also prevent emotional tolerance. The ability to feel mild discomfort without reacting is a powerful skill. Stoics cultivated this deliberately. They trusted that emotions, when not escalated, resolve on their own. Comfort short-circuits this learning. At night, this matters deeply. The body is trying to power down. When emotional caretaking begins, the system stays awake. Caretaking is activity. Activity signals wakefulness. The Stoics instead practiced emotional neutrality. Not coldness, not suppression, but allowing. Allowing without comfort. Allowing without correction. This teaches the mind that discomfort is not dangerous. Over time, intrusive thoughts lose leverage. They no longer produce soothing. Without payoff, they stop returning. This is why the Stoics warned against self-soothing in response to thoughts. It feels helpful, but it reinforces the pattern. This does not mean you should deny yourself kindness. It means directing kindness appropriately. Kindness toward the self at night looks like non-interference. It looks like trust. It looks like not making a fuss. The most calming message you can send the mind is not reassurance, but indifference. Indifference tells the mind that nothing is wrong, nothing needs fixing, nothing needs attention. When self-soothing stops, the mind learns resilience. It learns that it can tolerate thoughts without assistance. This builds confidence. Confidence reduces anxiety. Reduced anxiety supports sleep. The Stoics believed that peace comes from strength, not comfort. Strength here does not mean force. It means steadiness, the ability to remain present without reaction. At night, steadiness is more soothing than any phrase. It is quieter. It does not stimulate. It allows the system to settle. When intrusive thoughts appear and nothing happens, not comfort, not reassurance, not correction, they lose their role. They fade because they are no longer needed. This is the rarely discussed Stoic warning. Comfort is not always kindness. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for the mind is to leave it alone. When you stop soothing thoughts, the mind stops creating them. And when the mind stops creating them, the night finally becomes still. Not because you fixed it, but because you stopped interfering. When the urge to comfort the mind fades, another kind of quiet strength becomes available. The mind no longer needs reassurance, but it still holds worries. They float there, smaller than before, yet persistent. This is where the Stoics introduced a perspective that does not soothe, argue, or dismiss. It simply changes scale. They looked outward, not to escape their worries, but to see them accurately. At bedtime, the mind tends to shrink the world. The room feels larger than life. The thought feels central. Everything revolves around one concern. The Stoics reversed this movement. They expanded the frame, not emotionally, but factually. They placed the mind back into the vastness it had forgotten. Cosmic perspective is not about thinking positively or telling yourself things do not matter. It is about remembering how much exists beyond the narrow lens of a single worry. The Stoics reflected on nature, time, and scale to loosen the grip of obsessive thinking. Not to feel better, but to feel proportion. At night, worries feel urgent because they feel isolated. The mind forgets context. A problem appears as if it is the whole of reality. Cosmic perspective restores context. It reminds the mind that this moment is one small point in a long unfolding, not as comfort, but as truth. The Stoics would often reflect on how many people lived before them, how many would live after, how many events had come and gone without notice. This was not meant to minimize life, but to release the mind from exaggeration. When something is placed against a larger backdrop, it naturally shrinks. This shrinking is different from dismissal. You are not saying the worry is fake. You are saying it is not as large as it feels right now. The feeling comes from closeness. Scale creates distance. Distance reduces intensity. At bedtime, this is powerful because the mind is prone to tunnel vision. Darkness narrows focus. Fatigue reduces perspective. Cosmic thinking gently widens the field without effort. You are not fighting the thought. You are placing it in a larger container. The Stoics did not rush this reflection. They did not use it as a technique to fall asleep faster. They used it to remind themselves where they stood, on a planet moving through space, in a body that rests and wakes, in a life that changes regardless of nightly worry. This perspective removes urgency. When you see how small a moment truly is, urgency fades. Urgency is what keeps thoughts alive. Without urgency, thoughts lose momentum. Cosmic perspective also dissolves self-importance. Many worries feel heavy because they revolve around the self. How things affect you, how you are seen, how outcomes define you. When the self is placed back into the vastness of existence, pressure eases. Not because you stop caring, but because the weight is redistributed. This does not create indifference to life. It creates balance. The Stoics believed balance was the foundation of peace. When the mind is balanced, it does not cling or resist. It rests. At night, this balance allows thoughts to soften. A worry that felt overwhelming now feels like one movement in a much larger rhythm. The body responds to this shift. Muscles loosen. Breathing slows. The system senses that it does not need to stay alert for something so small. Cosmic perspective also helps with unfinished business. Many nighttime thoughts insist that something must be resolved now. When you remember the scale of time, this insistence weakens. Tomorrow exists. Next week exists. Life continues. Nothing truly depends on this moment being solved. The Stoics trusted time. They did not demand immediate clarity. They allowed things to unfold. At night, this trust removes the need to keep thinking. This practice also reduces emotional intensity without suppression. You are not pushing feelings away. You are giving them space. Space allows emotions to breathe. When emotions breathe, they settle. Cosmic thinking is not imagination. It is recollection. Recollection of facts that the mind forgets when tired. The world is large. Time is long. Most things pass. When the mind remembers this, it stops gripping. Gripping keeps you awake. Release allows rest. At bedtime, this perspective can be simple. You do not need grand images. You only need to remember that this night is one of many. This thought is one of many. You are one moment in a long sequence. Nothing is demanding resolution right now. The Stoics use this not to escape responsibility, but to choose the right moment for it. Night is not that moment. Night is for rest. When worries shrink through scale, not reassurance, they do not rebound. Reassurance fades and must be repeated. Scale stays. Once you see the size of something clearly, it does not inflate again so easily. This is why cosmic perspective is so effective. It changes how the mind measures importance. When measurement changes, reaction changes. Over time, the mind learns this wider view. It stops exaggerating at night. It stops acting as if every thought is urgent. It begins to trust the rhythm of things. The night becomes quieter, not because worries disappear, but because they no longer dominate the space. They exist, but they are small. And when the mind no longer feels surrounded by its own concerns, it relaxes. It rests back into something larger than itself. The Stoics found comfort not in reassurance, but in reality seen clearly. At bedtime, that clarity is enough. When worries are returned to their true size, the mind no longer needs to stay awake, guarding them. And in that release, sleep becomes not something you chase, but something that arrives when the scale is restored. When worries shrink back to their true size, the mind no longer feels overwhelmed, but it still carries a habit that quietly disrupts rest. The habit is solving. The mind sees a thought and immediately tries to fix it. This reflex feels responsible, even intelligent. Yet the Stoics noticed something uncomfortable. Problem solving at night is not wisdom. It is misapplied effort. During the day, the mind is a tool. It plans, decides, evaluates, and acts. These functions are useful when action is possible. At night, action is gone, but the mind does not automatically stand down. It keeps working because no one told it to stop. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that a tool used at the wrong time becomes a disturbance. Nighttime problem solving is pathological not because problems are imaginary, but because the conditions are wrong. The mind is tired, reason is dulled, emotional bias is high, perspective is narrow. Any solution reached under these conditions is unreliable. The Stoics knew that a fatigued mind does not produce wisdom. It produces rumination disguised as responsibility. This is why they trained the mind to observe at night, not solve. Observation is passive. Solving is active. Activity keeps the nervous system alert. Observation allows it to settle. When the mind switches roles from solver to observer, effort drops. Without effort, tension fades. Without tension, sleep becomes possible. The problem-solving impulse often feels urgent. A thought appears and says, "This needs to be handled." The Stoic response was simple, "Not now." Not because the problem is unimportant, but because nighttime is not the place for resolution. This postponement is not avoidance. It is timing. At night, many problems are not solvable anyway. They involve other people, future events, or incomplete information. Attempting to solve them only produces more thinking. The Stoics understood that unsolvable problems drain energy when entertained in the dark. Energy is better conserved. Turning the mind into an observer means allowing thoughts to arise and watching how they behave without intervening. You notice patterns, you notice repetition, you notice exaggeration. Observation reveals that many nighttime problems repeat without progress. Seeing this removes the illusion that thinking harder will help. The observer stance also removes emotional investment. When you solve, you care about outcome. Caring creates pressure. Pressure keeps the mind active. When you observe, there is no outcome to manage. Thoughts pass like weather. The body relaxes when there is nothing to achieve. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from rest, not from exhaustion. They trusted that problems addressed in a rested state resolve more easily. This trust allowed them to let go at night. Letting go is not laziness. It is strategic restraint. Another reason nighttime problem solving is harmful is because it reinforces anxiety. Each attempt to solve a thought tells the mind that the thought is important and dangerous. This increases vigilance. Vigilance keeps sleep away. Observation sends the opposite signal. It says, "This can exist without action." At night, the mind also loses its sense of proportion. It jumps to extremes. Solutions become rigid. Catastrophes feel imminent. The Stoics avoided making judgments under these conditions. They knew that the observer sees more accurately than the solver when tired. Observation also breaks loops. Problem-solving loops repeat because each solution attempt creates new thoughts. Observation does not add anything. Without addition, loops lose fuel. This shift feels uncomfortable at first. The mind is used to being useful. Observation feels idle. But idleness at night is not a flaw. It is preparation. The Stoics respected cycles. Day for action, night for rest. When you stop solving, you also stop rehearsing. Rehearsal feels productive, but keeps the mind awake. The observer does not rehearse. It notices and lets go. Over time, this retrains the mind. It learns that night is not for work. It learns to downshift automatically. Thoughts still appear, but they are not treated as tasks. This does not mean ignoring life's responsibilities. It means respecting the limits of reason. Reason works best when rested. Nighttime problem-solving often creates more problems than it resolves. The Stoics practiced this discipline consistently. Each night they withdrew effort. They trusted that whatever truly required action would return in daylight. This trust quieted the mind. Turning the mind into an observer restores simplicity. You are no longer inside the problem. You are watching the mind produce it. This creates distance. Distance reduces emotional charge. At night, distance is everything. Without distance, thoughts feel personal and urgent. With distance, they feel neutral and temporary. This observer stance also builds confidence. You learn that you can experience thoughts without engaging. This confidence reduces fear. Reduced fear supports sleep. The Stoics did not fight the mind. They reassigned it, from worker to witness, from solver to observer. This reassignment removed the need for vigilance. When the mind observes, it rests. When it rests, the body follows. Sleep arrives not because problems were solved, but because solving stopped. This is the paradox the Stoics understood. The mind finds peace not by working harder, but by standing back. When you stop using the mind as a tool at the wrong time, it stops disturbing rest. Night is not for answers. It is for observation. And observation, when allowed to remain passive, quietly leads the mind back to stillness. When the mind finally stops trying to solve, something unexpected often appears. A flatness, a dullness, a sense that nothing interesting is happening. Most people rush to escape this feeling. The Stoics did the opposite. They welcomed it. They understood that boredom, when allowed, is one of the most effective ways to quiet mental noise. Mental noise feeds on stimulation. It needs contrast, novelty, and tension. When nothing is happening, the mind initially panics. It starts generating thoughts to fill the space. This is why boredom feels uncomfortable at first. But the Stoics knew that if boredom is not resisted, it becomes medicine. Monotony drains energy from thought. When there is nothing new to react to, the mind has nothing to grip. Intrusive thoughts rely on emotional charge and variety. They survive by changing shape, tone, or content. Boredom removes this variety. Everything starts to feel the same. And when everything feels the same, the mind stops trying so hard. The Stoics practiced sameness deliberately. They repeated simple routines. They allowed stillness. They did not constantly seek mental entertainment. This trained the mind to tolerate quiet without producing drama. At night, this tolerance becomes powerful. Most people lie in bed, hoping for something to happen internally. Calm, insight, sleep. The Stoics removed this expectation. They allowed the night to be boring. No progress, no insight, no change. Just time passing. At first, boredom can amplify mental noise. The mind throws thoughts at you like a child throwing toys, hoping something will get a reaction. If you react, boredom ends and the noise wins. If you do not react, the mind eventually gives up. It stops performing. This is why monotony works. It removes reward. Thoughts are not rewarded with attention, emotion, or action. Without reward, the mind conserves energy. Conservation leads to quiet. The Stoics understood that excitement keeps the nervous system active. Even excitement about calming down keeps the system alert. Boredom is neutral. Neutrality allows the system to power down. At night, monotony might look like staying with a single unchanging sensation. The rhythm of breathing, the weight of the body, the darkness behind closed eyes. Nothing to improve, nothing to analyze, just sameness. This sameness is deeply calming when allowed to continue. Boredom also exposes how much of thinking is habit, not necessity. When nothing new is happening and thoughts keep appearing, you see clearly that they are automatic. This insight removes their authority. You stop believing they are important. The Stoics believed that the mind becomes noisy when it is overstimulated and restless when it is understimulated. But there is a middle ground. When stimulation is reduced gently and consistently, the mind settles. Monotony creates this middle ground. Many people fear boredom because they associate it with emptiness or meaninglessness. The Stoics did not. They saw boredom as rest for the mind. Just as muscles need repetition to strengthen, the mind needs repetition to calm. At night, boredom signals safety. Nothing is happening. Nothing is required. The body responds to this signal by relaxing. Heart rate slows. Breathing deepens. Sleep becomes more likely. Boredom also prevents rumination. Rumination thrives on variation. New angles, new worries, new explanations. Monotony removes these angles. the mind runs out of material. This does not require forcing boredom, it requires not escaping it. When boredom appears, you stay. You do not reach for stimulation. You do not try to make the experience interesting. You allow it to be dull. Over time, the discomfort of boredom fades. What remains is quiet. Not exciting quiet. Ordinary quiet. The kind that does not demand attention. The Stoics trusted this ordinary quiet more than any technique. They knew that when the mind is not entertained, it rests. Entertainment keeps it awake. This practice also builds patience. You stop needing immediate change. You stop expecting the mind to do something. Expectation fuels activity. Removing expectation allows rest. At night, boredom can feel like time stretching. This stretching is not a problem. It is a sign that the mind is slowing down. The Stoics did not rush this process. They allowed time to pass without interference. Monotony also removes emotional spikes. When nothing changes, emotion stabilizes. Peaks flatten. Valleys lift slightly. The nervous system finds equilibrium. This is why boredom is medicine. It does not soothe. It does not reassure. It does not distract. It neutralizes. The Stoics used boredom to teach the mind that it does not need constant input. This lesson carries over into sleep. The mind stops demanding stimulation. It accepts stillness. Eventually, boredom gives way to drowsiness, not because you tried to sleep, but because nothing was keeping you awake. The mind had nothing left to do. This approach feels counterintuitive in a world addicted to stimulation. But the Stoics lived by a different rhythm. They valued less over more, quiet over excitement, rest over entertainment. At night, this wisdom shines. When you stop trying to make the night interesting or productive, the mind stops performing. Performance keeps you awake. Boredom lets you rest. The Stoics did not fear boredom. They trusted it. They knew that in monotony, the mind finds its way back to silence. And when silence is allowed to be boring, it becomes deep enough for sleep to arrive on its own. When boredom has done its work and the mind is no longer chasing stimulation, another subtle habit becomes visible. Thoughts no longer arrive as storms, but they still appear in fragments. Half-formed worries, incomplete sentences, sudden images, and many people respond to these fragments by cutting them off as quickly as possible. The Stoics warned against this. They understood that interrupting thoughts keeps them alive. A thought that is cut off does not disappear. It pauses, and what is paused seeks completion. The mind dislikes unfinished movement. When a thought is interrupted, it returns later with more force, more clarity, and often more emotion. This is why suppression backfires. The Stoics noticed that what is denied resolution demands it later. Letting thoughts finish themselves does not mean following them. Following is participation. Finishing is allowing the thought to complete its natural arc without interference. There is a difference. A thought, when left alone, has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Most people never experience the end because they intervene too early. At night, this intervention often comes from fear. A thought appears and feels uncomfortable, so the mind tries to shut it down. It distracts, reassures, or shifts focus abruptly. This creates tension. The body learns that certain thoughts are dangerous. Danger increases vigilance. Vigilance keeps the mind alert. The Stoics chose patience instead. They allowed thoughts to unfold fully without reaction. Not with curiosity, not with concern, but with neutrality. When a thought is allowed to run its course, it often dissolves on its own, not into insight, but into nothing. This happens because thoughts are self-limiting when not fed. They peak and fall. Cutting them off interrupts this natural process. The energy of the thought remains trapped. When allowed to finish, the energy is released. Many people confuse letting a thought finish with indulging it. Indulgence involves analysis, emotion, and identification. Letting it finish involves none of these. You are not adding anything. You are simply not stopping it. The Stoics trusted the mind's natural ability to settle when not interfered with. They saw that interference creates friction. Friction prolongs mental activity. Allowing creates flow. Flow resolves. At night, this discipline requires restraint. The urge to interrupt can be strong, especially when thoughts feel repetitive or distressing, but repetition often comes from interruption. The mind keeps restarting the same thought because it never completed last time. When you allow a thought to complete, even if it is unpleasant, it often does not return. The mind registers completion. It moves on. This is how loops end. Another reason cutting thoughts off backfires is because it teaches avoidance. Avoidance strengthens fear. Fear strengthens thoughts. The Stoics avoided avoidance. They believed strength comes from allowing, not escaping. This practice also builds trust. You trust that you can experience a thought without harm. This trust reduces anxiety. Reduced anxiety shortens thought duration naturally. At night, letting thoughts finish themselves also removes urgency. You are no longer racing to get rid of them. Racing activates the system. Slowing down calms it. Importantly, this does not mean you lie awake watching every thought carefully. Attention can feed thoughts. Letting them finish is more like allowing a sound to fade. You hear it fully, and then it ends. The Stoics did not count thoughts or monitor progress. Monitoring is interference. They simply allowed what arose to pass through completely. Over time, the mind learns that it does not need to repeat itself. It learns that nothing is being blocked. This reduces mental noise overall. This discipline is especially effective for intrusive thoughts because intrusive thoughts thrive on resistance. Resistance keeps them incomplete. Completion removes their reason to return. Letting thoughts finish also reduces emotional charge. Emotions tied to thoughts often peak quickly and then fade. When you cut off the thought, the emotion remains unresolved. Allowing completion allows emotional release. The Stoics believed that nature resolves itself when allowed. The mind is part of nature. Interfering delays resolution. At night, this practice creates a smoother mental landscape. Thoughts appear, move, and dissolve. There are fewer abrupt stops, fewer restarts. The mind becomes less jerky, more fluid. Fluidity supports sleep. Sleep requires letting go. Letting thoughts finish is a form of letting go. This discipline does not require courage, it requires patience. Patience is quieter than bravery. It does not announce itself, it simply stays. When you stop cutting thoughts off, they stop fighting for attention. They no longer need to push harder to be noticed. They are allowed to complete and leave. This is why suppression fails and allowance succeeds. The Stoics understood that the mind resists force, but responds to freedom. When thoughts are allowed to finish themselves, the mind no longer feels trapped. And when the mind no longer feels trapped, it stops struggling. In that absence of struggle, the body relaxes. The night deepens. Sleep arrives not because thoughts were eliminated, but because they were finally allowed to end. This is the discipline the Stoics practiced quietly. They did not silence the mind. They stopped interrupting it. And when interruption ends, completion begins. When thoughts are finally allowed to complete themselves, something surprising happens. They end without delivering a lesson. No revelation, no insight, no final meaning. And for many people, this feels unsettling. The mind asks, but what was that about? This question quietly pulls you back into engagement. The Stoics saw this trap clearly. They understood that the need to understand thoughts is often what keeps them alive. Most people believe that every thought carries a message, that if a thought appears, it must mean something. Something about your life, your fears, your future, your character. This belief turns the mind into a constant interpreter, and interpretation never sleeps. The Stoics rejected this assumption. They did not treat thoughts as messages that needed decoding. They treated them as events that needed no explanation. A thought could arise without purpose, without meaning, without relevance. This understanding removed the pressure to analyze. Meaning-making is seductive. It feels intelligent, responsible, deep. But at night, meaning-making becomes obsession. A thought appears, and the mind immediately asks, why? Why did this show up? Why now? Why does it bother me? Each why adds another layer. The original thought becomes buried under interpretation, and interpretation keeps the mind active. The Stoics noticed that most intrusive thoughts repeat not because they are unresolved, but because they are over-interpreted. The mind keeps returning to them, trying to extract meaning that was never there. This is like rereading random words on a page, hoping a hidden message will appear. At night, the mind is especially vulnerable to this trap. Fatigue lowers discernment. Everything feels symbolic. A simple thought is treated like a sign. The Stoics did not trust symbolic thinking in the dark. They trusted restraint. Understanding feels like control. If you understand a thought, you feel less threatened by it. But the Stoics saw that this sense of control is temporary. Understanding does not end thoughts. It invites more of them. The mind learns that producing thoughts leads to analysis. Analysis is stimulation. Stimulation keeps the system awake. They practiced letting thoughts exist without explanation. A thought appeared. It finished. And that was enough. No meaning assigned. No lesson extracted. No self-examination required. This was not anti-intellectual. It was situational wisdom. The Stoics valued reason, but they knew reason has a proper time. Night is not that time. Reason works best when rested. At night, it turns inward and overworks. The need to understand also strengthens identification. When you ask what a thought means, you assume it refers to you. This pulls the self back into the center. The Stoics worked hard to remove the self from unnecessary mental activity. Less self-focus meant less pressure. Another problem with meaning-making is that it creates false depth. Not everything that feels intense is important. Not everything that appears in silence is significant. The Stoics believed that intensity is often a product of conditions, not content. Darkness amplifies feeling, not meaning. By refusing to assign meaning, they allowed thoughts to lose their weight. A thought without meaning is just a sound. Sounds fade. Meanings linger. At night, this approach is liberating. You stop digging. Digging keeps you awake. You stop searching for answers. Searching keeps the mind alert. You allow the mind to be imperfect, unfinished, and unexplained. This does not make you ignorant. It makes you selective. You save understanding for when it can actually be used. You stop wasting energy on interpretation that leads nowhere. The Stoics also understood that the mind can fabricate meaning where none exists. This fabrication feels real, but it is unstable. When you stop trusting every interpretation, the mind relaxes. It no longer feels obligated to explain itself. Over time, this practice retrains attention. Thoughts appear and disappear without commentary. The urge to analyze weakens. The mind becomes quieter because it is no longer narrating everything. This also reduces fear. Many intrusive thoughts feel frightening because of what you think they mean. When meaning is removed, fear loses its foundation. A thought without meaning cannot threaten identity or future. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from understanding everything, but from understanding what does not need to be understood. This distinction is subtle but powerful. At night, most thoughts do not need interpretation. They need space. When given space, they resolve themselves. When interpreted, they multiply. This is why meaning-making is the root of obsession. Obsession is not about thoughts, it is about interpretation loops. Remove interpretation and the loop collapses. You do not need to understand your thoughts to be safe. You do not need to understand them to sleep. You only need to stop asking them to explain themselves. When you let a thought pass without meaning, it leaves quietly. When you chase meaning, it stays. The Stoics trusted this simplicity. They knew that clarity comes from less thinking, not more. At night, wisdom is restraint. When understanding is no longer demanded, the mind stops performing. It rests. And when the mind rests, sleep follows, not because answers were found, but because the search ended. This is the freedom the Stoics practiced. Not the freedom of knowing, but the freedom of not needing to know. When you release the need to understand your thoughts, you release the last hook, keeping them alive. And in that release, the night finally becomes quiet enough to let go. When the need to understand thoughts fades, another habit loses its grip. The habit is subtle, persistent, and exhausting. It speaks in questions that never ask for answers, only attention. What if this happens? What if it goes wrong? What if I can't handle it? The Stoics recognized this voice immediately. They knew that what if thinking is not foresight. It is imagination given authority. What if thoughts feel powerful because they point to the future? The future feels open, uncertain, and therefore threatening. The mind treats hypothetical danger as real danger. The body responds as if something must be prepared for. At night, when action is impossible, this preparation turns into endless mental rehearsal. The Stoics dismantled this by stripping hypotheticals of their power. They made a clear distinction between what exists and what is imagined. A hypothetical has no substance. It has not happened. It may never happen. Treating it as urgent gives it weight it does not deserve. They believed that power belongs only to what is present. The present can be acted upon. Hypotheticals cannot. At night, there is nothing to act on. The Stoics saw this clearly. They refused to invest energy in scenarios that had no reality yet. What if thinking thrives on possibility, not probability? It does not ask what is likely. It asks what is conceivable, and almost anything is conceivable. This makes the loop endless. The Stoics cut the loop by refusing to grant importance to possibility alone. They did not argue with hypotheticals. Arguing still engages them. They did not reassure themselves either. Reassurance implies danger. Instead, They removed the premise. If something is not happening now, it does not require attention now. This does not mean ignoring the future entirely. The Stoics planned during the day when planning was useful. At night, planning turned into rumination. Rumination pretends to prepare, but only drains energy. The key Stoic insight was timing. The right thought at the wrong time becomes a disturbance. A future concern addressed at night cannot be resolved. Knowing this allowed them to let go without guilt. What-if thoughts also borrow emotion from imagined outcomes. You feel fear, sadness, or urgency for events that do not exist. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering. Why feel consequences twice, or for events that may never occur? By removing emotional investment from hypotheticals, they removed their pull. A scenario imagined without emotion quickly collapses. Emotion is what keeps it alive. At night, this practice is especially important because fatigue lowers resistance. Hypotheticals feel more convincing when tired. The Stoics trusted their daytime mind more than their nighttime mind. They postponed concern until clarity returned. They also reminded themselves that imagining an outcome does not improve it. Thinking through a problem repeatedly does not make it safer. Action does, and action belongs to the future, not the night. This realization removes the sense of responsibility that fuels what-if thinking. You are not being careless by not worrying at night. You are being precise. You are responding only to what exists. The Stoics practiced anchoring attention in what is real, the body on the bed, the breath moving, the quiet room. These are not distractions, they are reminders of reality. Hypotheticals dissolve when reality is acknowledged. Over time, this changes the mind's habits. What-if thoughts appear less often because they are no longer rewarded. The mind learns that imaginary futures do not receive attention at night. This does not make you unprepared, it makes you rested. A rested mind handles the future better than an exhausted one. Removing hypothetical power also reduces fear. Fear needs a story about what might happen. When the story is not entertained, fear weakens. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning attention with reality. Hypotheticals are not reality. They are mental exercises, useful at times, destructive at others. At night, the wise choice is restraint. Let the future wait. It will arrive whether you imagine it or not. When what-if thoughts lose their authority, the mind relaxes. There is nothing to prepare for right now, nothing to prevent, nothing to fix. This does not end thinking entirely. It ends pointless thinking, and that is enough. Sleep does not require certainty about the future. It requires trust in the present. When you stop lending power to hypotheticals, the present regains its calm. The Stoics knew that the future does not need your attention while you sleep. It will still be there in the morning. What you need at night is rest. When what-if thinking is stripped of importance, the mind stops racing ahead. It settles back into now. And in the now, there is nothing urgent. That is the Stoic cure. Not reassurance, not control, just clarity about what deserves attention and what does not. When hypotheticals lose power, the night regains its quiet. And when the night is quiet, the body finally lets go. When hypothetical thinking loses its authority, the mind becomes quieter, but not completely silent. Sometimes a thought fades, then returns, fades again, then comes back once more. This repetition can feel mysterious, even frustrating. The Stoics understood what was happening. They knew these returns were not new thoughts at all. They were echoes created by resistance. A mental echo is not a thought with strength. It is a thought that met opposition. When the mind resists a thought, it does not end it. It pushes it away without resolution. And what is pushed away tends to bounce back. Not because it is important, but because it was never allowed to settle. Resistance gives thoughts shape. The moment you tense against a thought, you mark it as something that should not exist. The mind reads this as danger, and danger triggers repetition. The system brings the thought back to check whether the threat is still there. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They noticed that the more someone fought a thought, the louder and more persistent it became. Not because the thought was powerful, but because resistance created reverberation. Like shouting in an empty room, the sound returned because of the walls, not because of the voice. At night, this effect is stronger. The mind is quieter, so echoes are more noticeable. A resisted thought may return minutes later, unchanged, simply to test whether resistance remains. If resistance is still there, the echo continues. Most people misinterpret this. They assume the thought must be important because it keeps coming back. The Stoics rejected this logic. They understood that repetition often signals interference, not meaning. Resistance can take many forms: fear, annoyance, frustration, even polite attempts to calm the thought. All of these signal engagement. All of them create reflection. The thought returns because the system has not received a signal of safety. Stoics silenced echoes not by suppressing thoughts, but by removing resistance entirely. When a thought appeared, they allowed it to be there without tightening around it. No rejection, no approval, no emotional shift, just space. When there is no resistance, there is nothing for the thought to bounce off. It passes through and disappears. No echo follows. This does not happen instantly, every time. Habits take time to unwind, but each moment of non-resistance weakens the echo. The mind learns that nothing is wrong. It stops checking. Another reason resistance creates echoes is because resistance keeps attention focused on absence. You are aware of what you do not want. This keeps the unwanted thought active in awareness. The Stoics shifted attention to neutrality, not toward something else, but toward nothing in particular. Neutral attention does not highlight the thought. It does not spotlight it. Without spotlight, the thought loses visibility. Without visibility, it fades. At night, this practice changes the entire texture of thinking. Thoughts may still arise, but they do not ricochet. They do not repeat. They do not spiral. The mind becomes smoother. The Stoics also understood that resistance is often driven by fear of outcome. Fear that if the thought stays, something bad will happen. They dismantled this fear by experience. Each time they allowed a thought without resistance and nothing happened, trust grew. Trust dissolves resistance. This trust is crucial. Without it, the mind keeps bracing. Bracing creates tension. Tension keeps echoes alive. When trust replaces bracing, the system relaxes. Echoes also fade when you stop labeling repetition as failure. Many people think, "It's back again. I must be doing something wrong." This judgment is resistance. The Stoics avoided judging the process. They treated repetition as neutral. Neutrality removes fuel. Over time, the mind learns a new pattern. Thought appears. No resistance, no reaction, no echo. Silence follows. This learning is gradual but reliable. The Stoics believe that silence is not forced. It emerges when obstacles are removed. Resistance is one of the biggest obstacles. At night, this understanding is liberating. You stop trying to make thoughts stop. Trying is resistance. You let them come and go. Coming and going requires no effort. When echoes stop, the mind no longer feels haunted by repetition. It feels open, spacious, calm. This calm does not come from control. It comes from surrender of opposition. Opposition creates noise. Surrender creates quiet. The Stoics did not fight the mind. They removed what made it fight itself. When resistance ended, conflict ended. When conflict ended, noise faded. This is how mental echoes are silenced. Not by force, not by distraction, but by allowing thoughts to pass without pushing them away. When nothing is resisted, nothing needs to return. And when nothing returns, the night deepens naturally. The mind rests not because it was emptied, but because it was no longer disturbed. This is the Stoic lesson. Resistance creates echoes. Acceptance dissolves them. And in the absence of echoes, the mind finally experiences what it was seeking all along, quiet without effort. When mental echoes fade, a quieter state often appears. But this is where many people unknowingly reignite the noise. The mind notices the quiet and immediately starts watching it, checking it, measuring it. Am I calm now? Is the thought gone? Why do I still feel something? The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that awareness brings calm, but monitoring destroys it. Awareness is passive. Monitoring is active. Awareness notices without agenda. Monitoring looks for results. The difference is subtle, but it changes everything. When you are aware, you are simply present with what is happening. You do not interfere. You do not evaluate. You do not try to improve the moment. Awareness is open and relaxed. Monitoring, on the other hand, is control disguised as observation. It watches the mind the way a guard watches a threat, and the mind responds to being watched. The Stoics knew that the mind becomes louder when it is observed with intention. Monitoring sends a signal that something needs to be managed. The nervous system reacts to this signal by staying alert. Alertness is the opposite of rest. At night, this habit is especially disruptive. The environment is quiet, so inner activity becomes easier to detect. A thought appears, and instead of letting it pass, you check whether it passed correctly. This checking creates a new thought. The original thought may be gone, but monitoring brings a replacement. This is why people feel stuck. They are no longer reacting to thoughts, but they are reacting to the absence of thoughts. The mind becomes busy checking whether it is quiet. Quiet cannot survive inspection. The Stoics avoided this trap by practicing awareness without supervision. They trusted awareness to exist without management. They did not check their state. They rested in it. Monitoring also creates tension because it implies failure is possible. If you are checking, it means something could go wrong. This possibility keeps the mind alert. Awareness carries no such implication. It is content with whatever appears. Another reason monitoring increases noise is because it fragments attention. Part of you is experiencing, another part is evaluating. This split creates inner movement. Movement keeps the mind awake. The Stoics aimed for unity. One awareness, not two. They understood that the mind does not need to be watched to behave. Watching creates self-consciousness. Self-consciousness interrupts natural flow. When you stop watching the mind, it stops performing. At night, monitoring often takes the form of scanning. Scanning the body, scanning thoughts, scanning emotions. Is there tension? Is this thought important? Why do I feel this? Each scan pulls attention back into activity, Activity sustains wakefulness. Awareness does none of this. Awareness allows sensations to exist without inspection. It is not interested in labels or outcomes. It simply notices and stays still. The Stoics trained themselves to recognize when awareness turned into monitoring. The moment effort appeared, they withdrew it. Effort is the giveaway. Awareness feels effortless. Monitoring feels tight. Monitoring also keeps time in focus. You wonder how long something has lasted or how long it will last. Time awareness increases impatience. Impatience activates the system. Awareness has no timeline. This distinction explains why people struggle even after learning not to react to thoughts. They are no longer reacting, but they are checking. Checking is reaction in disguise. The Stoics believed that the mind quiets itself when left unobserved. Observation without agenda is fine. Observation with expectation is not. Expectation turns awareness into control. At night, the safest posture is allowing awareness to rest without direction. You are not watching for anything. You are not waiting for something to happen. You are simply there. This posture feels vulnerable at first. Monitoring feels safer because it gives the illusion of control. But control is what keeps the system awake. The Stoics trusted release over control. Over time, letting go of monitoring changes how awareness feels. It becomes wider, softer, less focused on the self. Thoughts pass without being noticed. Silence deepens without effort. The mind does not need to know that it is calm. Knowing pulls it out of calm. Calm exists best when unnoticed. This is why many people say they sleep best when they stop caring whether they sleep. Caring leads to monitoring. Monitoring leads to effort. Effort leads to wakefulness. The Stoics applied this understanding not just to sleep, but to life. They knew that watching oneself constantly creates tension. Living happens best when awareness is relaxed. At night, this lesson becomes practical. You stop checking your thoughts. You stop checking your breath. You stop checking your state. You let awareness be open and unfocused. When awareness is unfocused, the mind loses its center of activity. There is nothing to fixate on. Fixation creates noise. Without fixation, the mind drifts naturally. This drifting is not distraction. It is relaxation. The system moves from alertness to rest. The Stoics did not aim to maintain awareness. They allowed it to fade naturally into sleep. They did not cling to consciousness. Clinging keeps you awake. Awareness without monitoring is the bridge between wakefulness and sleep. Monitoring collapses that bridge. When you stop checking the mind stops checking itself. When the mind stops checking itself, it stops generating commentary. This is the quiet the Stoics trusted. Not manufactured silence, but unobserved stillness. And in that stillness, sleep arrives. Not because you watched it come, but because nothing was watching at all.
This is the difference that matters. Awareness allows rest. Monitoring prevents it.
When you let awareness exist without supervision, the mind finally stands down. And when the mind stands down, the night does what it has always known how to do. When monitoring finally drops away, emotions often rise into clearer view. Not louder, but more noticeable. A faint sadness, a quiet unease, a subtle restlessness. Many people mistake this moment as a problem and rush to change how they feel. The Stoics did something very different. They practiced emotional flatness, not as numbness, but as neutrality. Emotional flatness does not mean shutting down or becoming cold. It means allowing emotions to exist without amplifying them. Most emotional suffering comes not from the first feeling, but from the reaction that follows it. A sensation appears, and the mind immediately leans in. It labels it, judges it, fears it, tries to fix it. This leaning turns a small wave into a storm. The Stoics refused to lean. They understood that emotions by nature rise and fall. When you interfere, you change their shape. When you stay neutral, they complete their cycle. Neutrality is not indifference to life. It is indifference to unnecessary escalation. At night, emotions feel more intense because there is nothing else competing for attention. The Stoics did not treat this intensity as a signal that something was wrong. They treated it as a temporary shift in perception. They allowed the emotion to be present without responding emotionally to the emotion itself. This is where most people struggle. An emotion appears, and then a second emotion follows. Fear about the feeling, frustration about restlessness, sadness about sadness. This layering creates complexity. Complexity keeps the mind awake. Emotional flatness removes the second layer. When a feeling appears and you remain neutral, the feeling has nowhere to grow. It does not become a story. It does not become a problem. It stays what it is, a sensation moving through the body. The Stoics believed that emotions only become overwhelming when they are resisted or indulged. Resistance stiffens them. Indulgence feeds them. Neutrality allows them to pass. At night, this practice is especially powerful because the body is already slowing down. When emotions are not stimulated further, they soften naturally. The nervous system recognizes the lack of threat and relaxes. This neutrality also prevents emotional bargaining. Many people try to feel a certain way before they allow themselves to sleep. Calm, peaceful, content. This creates pressure. Pressure keeps emotions active. The Stoics removed this requirement. You do not need to feel good to rest. You only need to stop interfering. Emotional flatness also removes judgment. You stop labeling emotions as good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant, acceptable or unacceptable. Labels invite reaction. Neutrality keeps things simple. Importantly, this is not suppression. Suppression pushes emotions down. Neutrality allows them up without drama. Suppressed emotions return later. Neutral emotions resolve. The Stoics trusted the body's intelligence. They knew emotions are signals, not commands. A signal does not require obedience. It requires awareness. At night, obedience looks like rumination, like worrying about why you feel a certain way, like trying to change it. Neutrality declines these invitations. Over time, emotional flatness becomes a stable baseline. You are not swinging between extremes. You are not chasing comfort or avoiding discomfort. You are steady. This steadiness is deeply calming. This strategy also prevents emotional exhaustion. Constantly reacting drains energy. Neutrality conserves it. Conserved energy supports rest. The Stoics believed that tranquility is not the absence of emotion, but the absence of disturbance. Disturbance comes from reaction. When reaction stops, tranquility appears quietly. At night, emotional flatness creates a sense of openness. Feelings move through without friction. Nothing sticks, nothing escalates. This openness feels unfamiliar at first. Many people are used to emotional commentary. Silence around emotion can feel empty. But this emptiness is not loss. It is space. Space allows sleep. The Stoics did not aim to feel nothing. They aim to feel without resistance. This distinction matters. Numbness disconnects. Neutrality connects without attachment. When you allow emotions to exist without pulling them closer or pushing them away, they lose intensity. They do not demand attention. They do not ask to be solved. This practice also builds trust in yourself. You learn that you can experience feelings without being overwhelmed. This confidence reduces fear. Reduced fear supports rest. At night, when emotions appear, you do not need to soothe them, analyze them, or escape them. You simply let them be. Being is enough. The Stoics practiced this daily, not to become emotionless, but to become unshaken. Emotional flatness was their ground. From that ground, calm grew naturally. When emotions are no longer dramatized, the mind quiets. When the mind quiets, the body follows. Sleep does not require happiness. It does not require peace. It does not require comfort. It requires the absence of struggle. Emotional flatness removes struggle. This is why it works. Not by changing how you feel, but by changing how you relate to feeling. When neutrality replaces reaction, the night becomes less volatile. Emotions pass like weather. The sky remains, and in that steady sky, rest arrives without effort. This is the Stoic strategy. Not numbness, but neutrality. Not suppression, but balance. When emotions are allowed to be flat, the mind finally stops trying to manage them. And when management ends, sleep begins. When emotional flatness becomes familiar, another force quietly steps forward. It is subtle, but persistent. It wants attention. It wants control. It wants reassurance. This force is the ego, and the Stoics knew that the ego does not sleep easily. In fact, nighttime is when it fights the hardest. During the day, the ego stays busy. It performs roles, manages impressions, solves problems, and interacts with others. It has structure, purpose, feedback. At night, all of that disappears. The lights go out, the audience leaves, and the ego is left alone with itself. This is when it becomes restless. The ego depends on comparison, identity, and narrative. It needs something to define itself against. In the silence of night, those reference points fade, and when the ego feels itself dissolving, it panics. It starts producing thoughts to reassert control, regrets, worries, self-criticism, fantasies, anything to stay relevant. This is why so many nighttime thoughts revolve around me. What I said, what I should have done, what this means about me, what will happen to me. The ego is trying to survive the quiet by pulling attention back to itself. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that much nighttime suffering is not about real danger or real problems. It is about the ego resisting disappearance. Sleep requires a temporary loss of control. The ego does not like that. At night, the ego fights by demanding resolution. It insists that things must be figured out before rest. It frames this insistence as responsibility, but it is really fear. Fear of letting go, fear of not being needed, fear of vanishing into silence. The Stoics did not attack the ego. Attacking strengthens it. They stepped aside. Stepping aside does not mean suppressing the ego or arguing with it. It means refusing to center it. When an ego-driven thought appears, you do not engage. You do not defend yourself. You do not improve yourself. You do not explain yourself. You simply let the thought exist without becoming the main character in it. This is deeply unsettling for the ego. Without attention, it weakens. The ego survives on relevance. When relevance is removed, It quiets. One of the Stoics' most effective nighttime practices was depersonalization. Not dissociation, but decentering. A thought appears, and instead of asking what it says about you, you see it as a general human pattern. Humans worry, humans replay, humans fear uncertainty. The thought is no longer special. Without specialness, the ego loses grip. The ego also fights hardest at night because it mistakes stillness for threat. During the day, activity reassures it. At night, stillness feels like loss of control. The ego responds by creating noise. The Stoics countered this by redefining stillness as safety. When stillness is safe, the ego has no reason to shout. Another way the ego asserts itself at night is through judgment, judging the day, judging yourself, judging your progress. Judgment creates hierarchy. Hierarchy feeds the ego. The Stoics stepped out of judgment entirely at night. They believed evaluation belongs to daylight, when action is possible. At night, judgment is useless. It cannot change the past or control the future. Recognizing this strips judgment of its authority. Without authority, the ego retreats. The ego also thrives on comparison. At night, it compares your life to imagined alternatives, what others are doing, what you should have achieved. These comparisons require imagination and identity. The Stoics dissolved comparison by returning to reality. Right now, there is only a body resting in the dark. Comparison cannot survive here. Stepping aside also means allowing the ego to feel irrelevant. This sounds harsh, but it is liberating. You do not need to matter while you sleep. You do not need to be defined. You do not need to be impressive, correct, or prepared. The Stoics saw this as freedom. The ego resists this freedom because it equates relevance with existence. But existence does not depend on identity. You breathe without an identity. You sleep without an identity. Life continues. At night, stepping aside is an act of trust. Trust that you do not need to manage yourself constantly. Trust that letting go does not erase you. It restores you. The Stoics practiced humility before sleep. Not self-criticism, but smallness. Recognizing that the world does not pause without your supervision. This recognition relaxes the mind deeply. When you are not responsible for everything, you can rest. As the ego steps aside, thoughts lose their personal edge. They become quieter, less dramatic. The mind stops defending an image. Without defense, tension drains. This is why sleep often arrives when you stop thinking about yourself. When attention shifts away from identity, the system powers down. The ego is no longer needed. The Stoics did not aim to destroy the ego. They aimed to put it to rest, just for the night, just long enough for the body and mind to recover. When the ego no longer fights, the night becomes gentle. Thoughts may still pass through, but they do not revolve around you. They lose urgency. They lose weight. Stepping aside does not require effort. Effort is ego. It requires permission. Permission to not matter for a while. Permission to not resolve anything. Permission to disappear into rest. This is the quiet victory the Stoics practiced. Not conquering the ego, but letting it sleep. And when the ego sleeps, the mind follows. When the ego finally loosens its grip, a lighter experience begins to emerge. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer arrive with a claim attached. They no longer announce, "This is me." This is where the Stoics practiced one of their most freeing disciplines, thought non-ownership. Most suffering around thinking comes from possession. A thought appears and is immediately claimed. My fear, my worry, my problem. Once claimed, the thought becomes personal property. And personal property feels like responsibility. You feel obligated to deal with it, protect it, explain it, or get rid of it. The Stoics refused this automatic ownership. They saw thoughts the same way they saw weather. A cloud passes, rain falls, wind moves through. You may notice it, but you do not claim it as yours. You do not feel guilty for a storm. You do not feel proud of a breeze. Thoughts to them were the same, events occurring in awareness, not declarations of identity. "This is happening, but it isn't mine," was not a mantra. It was a recognition, a quiet distinction that instantly reduced pressure. When you stop owning a thought, you stop defending against it. Defense requires energy. Energy keeps the system alert. Non-ownership allows energy to drain. The body relaxes when it no longer feels responsible for mental events. At night, ownership becomes especially heavy. The mind is quiet, so thoughts feel closer. When you claim them as yours, they feel intimate and urgent. Non-ownership creates distance without avoidance. The thought can be there, but it does not live in you. This distinction is powerful because ownership is what gives thoughts authority. A thought you own feels like a command. A thought you don't own feels like background noise. Authority collapses the moment ownership is removed. The Stoics believed that character is revealed through action, not thought. You are not defined by what passes through the mind uninvited. You are defined by what you choose to do. This belief removes moral weight from mental noise. Without moral weight, thoughts lose intensity. Thought non-ownership also dissolves guilt. Many intrusive thoughts are disturbing not because of their content, but because of what you think they say about you. When you stop owning them, guilt has nowhere to attach. A thought without an owner cannot accuse. At night, this is deeply calming. You no longer lie awake wondering why you are thinking this. You see that thinking is happening, and that is all. No explanation required. This practice also reduces control. Ownership creates the urge to manage. If something is yours, you feel responsible for its outcome. When a thought is not yours, there is nothing to manage. Management stops. The mind rests. The Stoics did not argue with thoughts to remove ownership. Arguing still assumes ownership. They simply did not claim them. A thought appeared, and they let it exist without bringing it into the self. Over time, this changes the inner relationship dramatically. Thoughts feel lighter, less sticky. They arrive and leave without dragging identity behind them. Non-ownership also stops escalation. When a thought is owned, it invites follow-ups, explanations, justifications, stories. When it is not owned, nothing follows. It remains alone and fades. This is especially effective for repetitive thoughts. Repetition often comes from unresolved ownership. The mind keeps returning to what it believes belongs to you. When ownership is dropped, repetition loses its purpose. At night, practicing non-ownership feels like relief. You stop carrying thoughts as burdens. You stop treating the mind like a storage unit for worries. Thoughts pass through like air through an open window. Importantly, this does not disconnect you from life. You still act when action is needed. You still think when thinking is useful. Non-ownership is situational wisdom. Night is not the time for ownership. Night is the time for release. The Stoics trusted that whatever truly belonged to them would return in daylight, and whatever did not belong to them did not deserve their energy at night. This trust quiets fear. Fear often comes from feeling responsible for everything that arises. When responsibility is reduced, fear fades. Non-ownership also restores innocence. You stop judging yourself for involuntary mental activity. You stop treating the mind as a moral battlefield. Peace grows where judgment leaves. At night, this creates a sense of spaciousness. Thoughts are no longer crowded inside you. They exist in awareness, not identity. Awareness remains calm because it is not being filled. The Stoics believed that freedom begins when you stop confusing what happens to you with what is you. Thought non-ownership is a direct expression of this freedom. This is happening, but it isn't mine, does not push thoughts away. It simply refuses to pick them up. And what is not picked up cannot weigh you down. As this practice settles, the mind becomes quieter without effort. Thoughts no longer cling. They have nothing to attach to. Sleep does not require the mind to be empty. It requires the self to be unburdened. When you stop owning thoughts, the burden lifts.
And in that lightness, the body finally understands that it is safe to rest.
Thoughts may still pass through, but they pass through an empty house. And an empty house is quiet enough for sleep. When thoughts are no longer owned, something unexpected becomes clear. Even with all this letting go, the mind may still not feel calm. There may still be movement, flickers of thought, subtle emotion. And yet, sleep can still arrive. This is where the Stoics quietly dismantled one of the most damaging myths about rest, that calm is a requirement for sleep. Modern thinking treats calm as a gateway. First calm, then sleep. If calm does not arrive, sleep is postponed. This belief creates pressure. Pressure keeps the mind alert. The Stoics rejected this entire sequence. They understood that sleep is not the result of calm. Calm is often the result of sleep. They observed something simple and honest. People fall asleep every night without being calm. Children cry themselves to sleep. Adults fall asleep worried. Soldiers sleep in noise. Exhausted minds sleep without peace. Calm is not the entry condition. Non-resistance is. The belief that you must feel calm before sleep creates a new task at bedtime. You start evaluating your inner state. Am I calm enough? Why do I still feel tense? What's wrong with me? This evaluation is activity. Activity keeps the system awake. The Stoics saw this as self-sabotage, disguised as self-care. They did not try to feel calm. They tried to stop interfering. Calm is a sensation. Sensations come and go. Sleep does not depend on sensation. It depends on the nervous system standing down. The nervous system stands down when there is no perceived threat, not when everything feels peaceful. At night, many people mistake movement for danger. A racing thought feels like a problem. A tight chest feels like failure. The Stoics did not interpret sensation as signal. Sensation was allowed. Interpretation was dropped. This distinction is crucial. Calm requires conditions. Sleep requires permission. The Stoics believed that the body knows how to sleep even when the mind is unsettled. The problem is not unrest. The problem is reacting to unrest. When you stop reacting, the body takes over. Trying to calm yourself often involves effort, deep breathing, relaxation techniques, mental commands. These can help during the day, but at night they can backfire. Effort activates the system. Activation delays sleep. The Stoics preferred stillness without effort. Stillness does not mean absence of thought or emotion. It means absence of struggle. You can be restless and still be still. You can be uneasy and still allow rest. This understanding removes disappointment. Many people feel frustrated because they are doing everything right, but still not calm. Frustration adds energy. Energy keeps you awake. The Stoics removed the expectation entirely. No calm required, no standard to meet. They trusted that sleep is robust. It does not require perfection. It does not require silence. It does not require serenity. It only requires that you stop resisting the current state. At night, this is freeing. You no longer wait for a feeling that may not come. You allow the night to unfold as it is. This allowance reduces pressure immediately. The Stoics also noticed that chasing calm keeps attention inward. Inward attention can be activating. Sleep often arrives when attention loosens, when you stop watching yourself. Calm is noticeable. Sleep is not. You fall asleep when awareness fades, not when it sharpens. Monitoring calm sharpens awareness. Letting go softens it. This myth also feeds anxiety. If calm is required, unrest feels dangerous. Fear of unrest keeps the mind vigilant. The Stoics removed this fear by reframing unrest as harmless. Unrest is not a threat. It is a state. States pass. When you stop trying to fix how you feel, feelings change on their own, or they do not, and sleep still comes. Many people fall asleep mid-thought, mid-worry, mid-feeling. The Stoics trusted this. They understood that sleep is not something the mind does, it is something the body allows. The mind's job at night is to stop interfering. Calm can arrive after sleep, not before. Expecting it beforehand reverses the natural order. This insight is powerful because it removes effort, judgment, and impatience in one move. You stop trying to be calm. You stop trying to sleep. You simply stop. Stopping is enough. When the body senses that nothing is required, it relaxes. When it relaxes, sleep happens. Not because the mind became peaceful, but because the struggle ended. The Stoics lived before modern sleep theories, yet they understood something essential that many have forgotten. Rest is natural. It does not need to be earned through the right feeling. Calm is welcome, but optional. Silence is pleasant, but unnecessary. Thoughts are allowed. Emotions are allowed. Sleep does not demand purity. It demands permission. When you stop believing calm is required, you stop waiting. When you stop waiting, you stop striving. When striving ends, the body does what it knows how to do. This is the Stoic dismantling of the myth. You do not sleep because you are calm. You sleep because you are no longer fighting what is present. And when the fight ends, even restlessness becomes a doorway. Sleep arrives not as a reward for peace, but as a response to surrender. Calm can come later. For now, letting go is enough. When calm is no longer a requirement, attention naturally looks for somewhere to rest. Many people turn to the breath at this point, and that instinct is not wrong. What goes wrong is how the breath is used. The Stoics understood something subtle here. The breath can anchor the mind, but the moment you try to control it, it becomes another form of effort. And effort at night keeps you awake. The breath is always happening. It does not need instruction. It does not need improvement. It does not need rhythm or depth. When people try to use the breath to sleep, they often turn it into a task. Breathe slowly. Breathe deeply. Breathe correctly. This turns observation into manipulation. Manipulation activates the mind. The Stoics avoided this completely. They did not use the breath as a tool to change their state. They used it as something stable to notice. This distinction matters more than it seems. When you observe the breath without controlling it, attention has somewhere gentle to land without doing anything. The breath becomes an anchor, not because it calms you, but because it is neutral. It does not demand thought. It does not create stories. It does not require success. At night, this neutrality is essential. The mind is already sensitive. Any sense of doing it right creates pressure. Pressure wakes the system. Observing the breath removes pressure because there is nothing to do well or poorly. The Stoics understood that the body knows how to breathe in every state. Anxious, tired, restless, calm. Breath adapts automatically. When you interfere, you interrupt this intelligence. When you observe, you allow it to function naturally. Using breath as an anchor without control also prevents monitoring. If you are controlling the breath, you are checking it constantly. Is it slow enough? Is it deep enough? This checking pulls attention back into effort. Observation does not check. It simply notices. At night, noticing can be very light. You are not focusing sharply. You are not following every inhale and exhale. You are just aware that breathing is happening. This soft awareness gives the mind something to rest against without tightening around it. The Stoics favored this softness. They avoided sharp focus at night because sharp focus keeps the mind alert. Sleep requires diffused attention. Observation without control naturally diffuses attention. Another reason manipulation backfires is because it creates resistance to the current state. If you try to slow the breath, you are implying it is wrong as it is. This signals threat. The nervous system reacts. Observation sends the opposite message. It says, "This is fine." When the body receives that message, it begins to relax on its own. Breathing often deepens naturally, not because you forced it, but because nothing is interfering. The Stoics also understood that breath is always present in the now. Observing it gently brings attention into the present without effort. This reduces mental drift without creating tension. Drift ends naturally when attention has somewhere to rest. Importantly, observing breath is not meant to block thoughts. Thoughts may still pass through. That is fine. The breath is not a shield, it is a background. Thoughts float by while breathing continues. You do not switch between them. You do not push thoughts away. You simply remain aware that breathing is happening. This prevents frustration. Many people become irritated when thoughts interrupt breath focus. The Stoics did not see this as interruption. Breath and thought can coexist. There is no conflict unless you create one. At night, this coexistence is calming. The mind stops fighting itself. Breath continues. Thoughts come and go. Nothing needs correction. Using breath this way also avoids dependency. You are not relying on a technique to sleep. You are resting attention on something already there. This builds trust. Trust relaxes the system. The Stoics believed that the simplest things are the most reliable. Breath is simple. It does not require belief. It does not require effort. It does not require timing. When attention rests lightly on breathing, the mind becomes less interested in other activity, not because it was forced away, but because it no longer needs stimulation. Over time, observation of breath becomes less noticeable. Attention softens further. Awareness spreads. This spreading is the beginning of sleep. The Stoics did not try to stay with the breath. Staying implies effort. They allowed attention to drift naturally. If it returned to breath, fine. If it did not, also fine. This lack of attachment is what allows sleep to take over. Using breath as an anchor without control is not a technique to achieve sleep. It is a way to stop interfering with it. The breath does not put you to sleep. It simply gives the mind permission to stop working. At night, permission is everything. When you stop manipulating the breath, you stop managing the body. When you stop managing the body relaxes. When the body relaxes, sleep comes. Not because you did something right, but because you stopped doing too much. This is the Stoic way with the breath, not control, not performance, just quiet noticing. And quiet noticing is often the last thing the mind does before it lets go. When the breath is allowed to move on its own and attention softens, another kind of thought may surface. These are not loud or urgent. They arrive quietly, but they carry weight. Thoughts that trigger shame. Memories you wish had never happened. Images or ideas that feel wrong, embarrassing, or unacceptable. These are often the hardest thoughts to face, not because they are dangerous, but because they trigger moral panic. The Stoics understood this pain deeply. They knew that shame-based intrusive thoughts survive not on content, but on judgment. The moment a thought is labeled as bad, the mind reacts as if a moral emergency has occurred. This reaction creates fear. Fear demands attention. Attention keeps the thought alive. Moral panic is the belief that a thought says something terrible about you. It creates urgency to explain, defend, or cleanse yourself mentally. The Stoics dismantled this panic by separating thought from character completely. They believed that morality lives in action, not imagination. A thought that appears without consent carries no ethical weight. It is not a desire. It is not an intention. It is not a reflection of who you are. Treating it as such is a mistake that creates unnecessary suffering. Shame-based thoughts feel intrusive because they clash with your values. Ironically, this clash is proof of your values, not their absence. The Stoics recognized this and refused to punish themselves for mental noise that contradicted their principles. They judged themselves by conduct, not by what passed through the mind uninvited. At night, shame grows stronger because the mind turns inward. There is no distraction. The inner critic becomes louder. The Stoics did not argue with this critic. Arguing keeps it active. They removed its authority by refusing to accept its premise. The premise is simple and false, that thinking something equals being something. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They understood that the mind produces all kinds of material, much of it random, conditioned, or reactive. To confuse this output with identity is to mistake weather for climate. When a shame-based thought appeared, they did not respond with reassurance or condemnation. Both responses imply guilt. Instead, they responded with neutrality. This appeared, that is all. No explanation, no defense, no panic. This neutrality removes the emotional charge. Shame needs attention to survive. When it is not fed, it fades. The Stoics trusted this process. Another reason shame-based thoughts persist is because people try to prove they are not the kind of person who would think such things. This proof-seeking is endless. The mind keeps presenting the thought again, testing whether you are still alarmed. The Stoics stopped taking the test. They knew that innocence does not need defending. Defending implies accusation. When you stop defending, the accusation loses power. At night, this practice is especially freeing. You stop reliving moments with self-judgment. You stop scanning your mind for unacceptable content. Scanning itself creates anxiety. Anxiety fuels shame. The Stoics also understood that suppressing shame-based thoughts strengthens them. Suppression adds fear. Fear sharpens memory. The thought becomes more vivid. Allowing the thought without moral reaction drains its intensity. This does not mean approving of the thought. It means refusing to turn it into a verdict. A verdict keeps the mind in court. Neutrality closes the case. They also practiced self-forgiveness in a very specific way, not by excusing actions, but by refusing to prosecute thoughts. You cannot forgive what was never a crime. This realization removes the need for inner punishment. Over time, shame-based intrusive thoughts lose their sting. They may still appear occasionally, but they no longer trigger panic. Without panic, they do not repeat. The Stoics believed that inner peace requires moral clarity. Moral clarity means knowing what counts and what does not. Thoughts do not count. Actions do. At night, this clarity allows the mind to rest. You stop carrying guilt that does not belong to you. You stop rehearsing apologies that were never needed. Removing moral panic also restores self-trust. You trust that you are not defined by mental noise. This trust calms the nervous system. Calm supports sleep. The Stoics were not permissive about behavior, but they were strict about not confusing thought with sin. This distinction protected them from endless self-attack. When shame loses its grip, the mind becomes gentler. Gentleness allows rest. Rest allows healing. At night, you do not need to prove your goodness. You do not need to purify your mind. You only need to stop accusing yourself for what you did not choose. This is how the Stoics handled shame-based intrusive thoughts. They removed moral panic. And when panic is gone, shame fades. Thoughts pass. Character remains. And when character is no longer on trial, the mind finally feels safe enough to sleep. When moral panic dissolves and the mind is no longer attacking itself, a quieter challenge remains. There are moments at night when nothing is wrong, yet nothing feels pleasant either. No crisis, no dramatic thought, just raw presence. This is where many people instinctively reach for escape, distraction, fantasy, sleep itself. The Stoics did something rare. They stayed. Mental endurance is the ability to remain present without trying to leave the moment. Not because the moment is enjoyable, but because leaving it creates more disturbance than staying. The Stoics understood that discomfort does not require escape. It requires steadiness. Most nighttime restlessness comes from the urge to get away from how things feel right now. The body is tired. The mind is alert. The moment feels unfinished. The instinct is to change it. When change is not possible, frustration builds. Frustration keeps the system awake. The Stoics trained themselves to endure presence without commentary. This endurance was not force. It was refusal to flee. They did not try to make the moment better or worse. They let it be exactly what it was. At night, escape often looks subtle. Daydreaming, replaying conversations, planning tomorrow. Even searching for sleep is a form of escape. The Stoics noticed that every escape attempt reactivates the mind. Staying does the opposite. Staying means allowing boredom, unease, or restlessness to exist without turning it into a project. This feels counterintuitive. We are taught to solve discomfort. The Stoics believed some discomfort dissolves only when it is not solved. Mental endurance also means not demanding relief. Demand creates pressure. Pressure activates vigilance. Vigilance blocks rest. Endurance removes demand. Without demand, the system softens. This skill is rare because it goes against habit. Habit says, do something. Stoic endurance says, do nothing unnecessary. That difference is everything at night. Staying present without escape builds tolerance. Tolerance is not numbness. It is capacity. The ability to feel without reacting. When tolerance increases, fear decreases. Fear is what drives escape. The Stoics understood that the mind exaggerates discomfort when it believes it must endure it forever. Endurance becomes easier when you stop projecting time. You are not enduring the whole night. You are enduring this moment. Moments are manageable. At night, the mind often says, I can't stand this. The Stoics quietly tested this assumption by standing anyway. They discovered that what felt unbearable softened when not resisted. Resistance was the real burden. This practice also builds trust in yourself. You learn that you do not need constant stimulation or relief to be okay. This trust calms the nervous system. Calm emerges not from comfort, but from confidence. Mental endurance does not mean ignoring needs. If you are hungry, cold, or uncomfortable, you respond. But if the discomfort is internal and non-threatening, endurance is wiser than escape. The Stoics practiced this endurance during the day as well. Cold, heat, hunger, waiting. They trained themselves not to flee mild discomfort. This training carried into the night naturally. At night, endurance often looks like lying still without expecting anything, not waiting for sleep, not waiting for calm, just being there. This removes the sense that something must happen for the moment to be acceptable. Acceptance deepens when endurance is present. Acceptance without endurance is fragile. Endurance makes acceptance stable. This stability changes how the mind behaves. Thoughts slow because there is no urgency. Emotions soften because they are not dramatized. The system recognizes that nothing is wrong. Mental endurance also prevents escalation. Many nighttime spirals begin because the mind cannot tolerate stillness. It creates problems to justify movement. When you tolerate stillness, the mind stops inventing reasons to move. The Stoics believed that peace is not always pleasant. Sometimes it feels flat, neutral, ordinary. Endurance allows you to remain with this ordinariness until it becomes restful. This skill does not require bravery. It requires patience. Patience is quieter than courage. It does not confront. It remains. At night, remaining is powerful. You stop chasing. You stop avoiding. You stop managing. The body senses this and relaxes. Sleep often arrives during endurance, not because endurance causes sleep, but because endurance removes obstacles. Obstacles are effort, fear, and escape. The Stoics trusted that if you can stay with the present moment without interference, nature will do the rest. Nature knows how to rest. Mental endurance is not about suffering. It is about not running. Running keeps you awake. Staying lets you settle. This is why the skill is rare. It asks you to stop doing what feels helpful. It asks you to trust stillness. When you stay present without escape, the night stops feeling like something to survive. It becomes something to pass through. Thoughts lose urgency. Sensations normalize. Time stretches without pressure. And in that unforced presence, sleep often comes quietly, without announcement, without effort, without victory. The Stoics did not seek comfort at night. They sought steadiness. Steadiness allowed everything else to fall into place. When you can stay without escape, there is nothing left to resist. And when resistance ends, rest begins. This is the rare Stoic skill of mental endurance. Not endurance against pain, but endurance of presence. And presence, when not fled, becomes the doorway through which the mind finally lets go. You've just walked through something most people never slow down long enough to learn. Not tricks, not techniques, but a different relationship with your own mind. You saw that intrusive thoughts survive on attention, resistance, ownership, urgency, and fear. And you learned how the Stoics quietly removed each one by stepping back, not pushing harder, by allowing, not controlling, by trusting the mind to settle when it is no longer disturbed. Nothing here asked you to force silence. Nothing asked you to become calm, positive, or perfect. You learned how to stop feeding thoughts, stop chasing peace, stop arguing with the night, and stop mistaking mental noise for truth or identity. You learned that rest does not come from winning inner battles, but from ending them. This wisdom is not about tonight alone. It is about every night that follows. Because once the mind learns it does not need to perform, defend, explain, or stay alert in the dark, it begins to let go on its own. And when it lets go, sleep stops being something you chase and becomes something that returns naturally. If something in this resonated with you, leave a comment and write, "I let go." Not for me, but as a quiet promise to yourself that you don't have to fight your thoughts anymore. And if you want more calm, grounded wisdom like this, without noise, hype, or pressure, subscribe to the channel and stay with us. These conversations are for the long nights, the overthinking minds, and the people learning how to rest again. For now, you don't need to do anything else. Let the night finish its work.